Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jai Gurudev. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jai Gurudev. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Jaya Radha Madan Mohan Radha Madan Mohan Radhe Jaya Radha Madan Mohan Radha Madan Mohan Radhe Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Radha Madan Mohan Radha Madan Mohan Radhe Jai Gaura Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Jai Gaura Hari Bol Nitai Gaur Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Sai Gaura Hari Bol Jaya Radha Madan Mohan Radha Madan Mohan Radhe Jaya Radha Madan Mohan Radha Madan Mohan Radhe
Kandar ako ikamaniya Vishesha Shobha Govindam Adi Purusham Tamaham Bhajami Govindam Adi Purusham Tamaham Bhajami Govindam Adi Purusham Tamaham Bhajami Angani Yasa Sakalem Priya Priti Manti Pasyanti Panti Kayanti Jiram Yaganti Ananda Chinmaya Sadhu Jala Vigrahasya Govindam Adi Purusham
Ohe Vaishnava Thakura Doyara Sagara Edase Karuna Kori. Ohe Vaishnava Thakura Doyara Sagara Edase Karuna Kori. Diyapadachaya Shorohe Amai Tomara Charana Dhori. Chaya Bhega Domi Chaya Dosha Shodhi Chaya Guna Deho Dase. Chaya Satsanga Deho He Amare Bosachi Sangirashe. Kakhe Amar Nahi Pai Balo Harinamo Sankirtane. Tumi Kripa Kori Shata Bindu Diya Deho Krishna Nama Dhane. Krishna se tomar, Krishna dite paro, tomara shakti ache. Krishna se tomar, Krishna dite paro, tomara shakti ache. Amito Ganga, Krishna Krishna boli, Dayatava pache pache. Vaishnava Thakur Doyara Sagara Idase Karuna Kori. Jaya Vaishnava Thakur Vaishnava Thakur Vaishnava Thakur Jaya Vaishnava Thakur. Jai Jai Prabhupada, 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 Jai Jai Prabhupada. Ujjvala Varana. Ujjvala Varana. Gauravaradeham Vilasita Niravari Bhava Videham. Tribhuvana Pavana Kripayalesham Tam Pranamami Cha Shri Shachitanayam. Gadgadam Tara Baba Vikaram Durjana Tarjanam Nada Vishalam Bhavabhaya Bhajanak Karana Karunam Tam Pranamami Cha Shri Sachitanayam Aranam Bharadhara Charu Kapolam Indu Venindita Nakachaya Ruchiram Jalpita Nijagunanama Vinodam Tam Pranamami Cha Shri Sachitanaya Digalita Nayana Kamala Jalatharam Bhushana Navarasa Baba Vikaram Gatyati Mantara Dritya Vilasam Tam Pranamami Cha Shri Sachitanayam Chanchala Charu Charana Gati Ruchiram Manjira Ranjita Parajuga Madhuram Chandravenindita Shitala Varanam Tam Pranamami Cha Shri Sachitanayam Tritakati Dora Kamandalu Dandam Divyakale Vara Mundita Mundam Durdana Kalmasha Kandana Dandam Tam Pranamami Cha Shri Sachitanayam Bhushana Bhuraja Lakavalitam Kampita Vindara Vararuchiram Malaya Javira Chitta Ujjwala Tilakam Tam Pranamami Cha Shri Sachitanayam Nindita Aruna Kamala Dalanayanam Ajanulam Vitta Shri Puja Jugalam Jai Sri Satchidanand Gaura Hari Ki Jai Kevala Saishora Nartaka Vesham Tam Pranamami Cha Shri Sachitanayam Kalevara Ujvala Varana Shira Paradeham Lakshita Niravari Baba Videham Tribhuvana Pavana Kupaya Lesham Tam Pranamami Cha Shri Sachitanayam Sachinandana, Jaya Sachinandana, Jaya Sachinandana, Jaya Gaura Hari. Jaya Sachinandana, Jaya Sachinandana, Jaya Sachinandana, Jaya Gaura Hari. Divyabari Shesha Aloka Pravisha Nidrachari Uttajiva Bolo Hari Hari Mukunda Murari Rama Krishna Haya Deva Nrsinga Vamana Shri Madhusudana Prajanana Shyama Bhutana Khatana Kaitava Shatana Jaya Dasharati Rama Bhutana Khatana Kaitava Shatana Jaya Dasharati Rama Yashoda Julala Govinda Gopal Vrindavana Purandara Gopi Priya Jana Radhika Ramana Bhuvana Sundara Vora So Premanandi Haribol. Ravana Takara Makhana Taskara Gopi Jana Vastrahare Yogindra Vandana Shri Nandanandana Vrajajana Bhayahari Yogindra Vandana Shri Nandanandana Vrajajana Bhayahari Navina Nirara Rupa Manohara Mohana Vamshi Vihari Yashodanandana Kamsani Sudana Nikunjara Savilase Karamba Kanana Rasa Parayana Vrinda Chitta Vipina Nilasi Ananda Vardhana Premani Ketana Bhulashara Jojakama Gopangana Gana Chitta Vinodana Samasta Guna Gana Dama Jamuna Jivana Keli Parayana Manasa Chandra Chakora Nam Surarasa Gau Krishna Jasa Rakhau Patana Manamora Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Nam Shreshtam Manamabi Shashiputramatra Swarupam Virupam Tasya Agrajam Murupurim Mathurim Goshtavatim Radha Kundam Girivaramaho Radhika Madhavasham Prapto Yasya Pratita Kripaya Shri Gurum Tam Natosmi He Guru Jnanada Dina Bandho Swananda Data Karunaka Sindhu Vrindavanasmi Prasida Radha Pranaya Prachara He Dina Bandho Karunaika Sindho Guru Prasada Mai Manda Mudhe Laksha Paradhe Bahupapa Gadhe Smatishta Krishna. I bow down to the beautiful lotus feet of my spiritual master, by whose causeless mercy I have obtained the supreme holy name, the divine mantra, the service of the son of Shachi Mata, the association of Srila Swarup Damodar, Rupa Goswami and his older brother Sanatan Goswami, the supreme abode of Mathura, the blissful abode of Vrindavan, the divine Radha Kunda and Govardhan Hill, and the desire within my heart for the loving service of Sri Radhika and Madhava in Vrindavan. O spiritual master, O giver of divine wisdom, O friend of the fallen, you are the giver of your own bliss, and you are the only ocean of mercy. Although dwelling in Vrindavan, you have descended for the welfare of fallen souls like myself. You are preaching the divine love of Radha for Krishna. Please be kind upon me. O friend of the lowly, O Gurudev, you are the ocean of mercy. I am a dull fool and have committed hundreds of thousands of offenses. I have fallen into a dense myriad of sins. Please give mercy, so that my mind may be fixed on your lotus feet and on Sri Krishna. The lotus feet of our spiritual master are the only way by which we can attain pure devotional service. I bow to his lotus feet with great awe and reverence. By his grace, one can cross the ocean of material suffering and obtain the mercy of Krishna. Our only wish is to have our consciousness purified by the words emanating from his lotus mouth, attached to his lotus feet, and that fulfills all desires. He opens our darkened eyes and fills our hearts with transcendental knowledge. He is our Lord, birth after birth. From him ecstatic prema emanates. By him ignorance is destroyed. The Vedic scriptures sing of his character. Spiritual Master is the ocean of mercy, the friend of the poor, and the Lord and Master of the devotees. O Master, be merciful unto us. Give us the shade of your lotus feet. Your fame is spread all over the three worlds. Shri Guru Charana Jahar prasad bhai e bhavatoriya Jahar prasad bhai e bhavatoriya jai Krishna prapti hoye jahan hoite Krishna prapti hoy jahan hoite Guru mukha padma vakya chitete koriya kya Guru mukha padma vakya chitete koriya aikya Arna kori ho mane asha ऐसे उत्तमागति श्री गुरु चरणे रति ऐसे उत्तमागति प्रसादे पूरे सर्व आशा जे प्रसादे पूरे सर्व आशा Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Krishna Prithaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Bhakti Vedanta Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pashatya Deshatarine Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pashatya Deshatarine Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pashatya Deshatarine Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda
Govinda. Hare Krishna, dear devotees. Danda Pranam, dear Srila Prabhupada. We are now going to set up the arrangement, the room arrangement here. We'll get ready for the Vyasa Puja to start at 8 o'clock today. So if you can all, move to one side, and we'll need help in laying the mats over here. And Radha Kripa Prabhu, where is he? He's here? Okay, yeah. So some of you have been selected to read your offerings, and so he will be guiding you as to the order. And what we're going to do is that we're going to have one row of mats over here laid aside, and they are reserved. We'll have a reserved sign on it, and they are meant to be used by those who are in line to read their offerings to Guru Maharaj. Okay, so leave that first column over here free, and the order in which you will also sit in the same order in which you are going to read your offerings, and we'll call out your name there. And sometimes we have some senior devotees might want to speak for Guru Maharaj. So at that time, we might have a little, disruption in the orders, but that's welcome, that's fine, okay? So Hansapriya Mataji also wants to lay down the chairs at the back, so please help us with the chairs. Okay?
Tell the new devotees the housekeeping, where the bathrooms are, where the water is.
Yes, okay, yeah. And breakfast is being served. Hare Krishna, if you can hear me, raise your hands. If you can hear me, raise your hands. If you can hear me, raise your hand. If you can hear me, raise your hands. If you can hear me, raise your hand. If you can hear me, raise your hand. If you can hear me, raise your hand. If you can hear me. Okay, for those who are new to ISKCON of Silicon Valley, Mountain View, I just wanted to let you know that the water closures of the bathrooms are on this side. The drinking water is also available over there. And we have breakfast being served outside, so please help yourself in case you want to have breakfast. But we will start sharp at 8 o'clock. Okay, thank you so much.
Hare Krishna. So the order, I just wanted to announce quickly so that you are all aware. First, Gopal Champu Prabhu in the first number seat, then Bhakt Rohit is going to online, Monisha, and after that Kautu Karna Prabhu, Pran Gopika Mataji, and Renu Abhyadika Dasi, and Anupama Das, and Kishore Shyam Das, Anuruddha Nitai Das, Ek Chakra Pran, and Godurma Pran Prabhu. This is before the break. So this is your order. Please, when the first devotee is going to play the offering, you can move to the front seat so that because he can go back, you don't need to, complicate the situation because you want to let other person sit here. Okay, so you can probably sit here first. You start. Monisha, you can sit next behind him. You're number 3. Or you can sit there, that should be fine. But, yeah. And then Kautukarna Prabhu. Kautukarna Prabhu. Yeah, I think you know that you're after Monisha. Okay? Pran Gopika Mataji. Pran Gopika Mataji. Huh? Yeah. You sit here. Pran Gopika Mataji. Okay. She's not here. And Renu Mataji. You should sit after that. Pran Gopika Mataji, your turn, okay? Anupama Das Prabhu.
He just went to go get a guitar. He's playing.
Guitar, okay. And Kishore Shyam Prabhu, he's there. And Anuruddha Nitai Das, he's local here, probably would be around. Ek Chakra Pran Prabhu and Godharma Pran Prabhu. So this is before the brain. Prabhu, you can sit. Yeah, I mean, some there should be.
Is there the book, or do we need to have our offering ourselves?
We will give you the book.
We can read from the book.
We'll give you the book. You'll with your name, identified. So you don't need to worry about that. We'll do that. Okay, so you can take your seat. Okay, you can sit on that side. Doesn't matter. Yeah, lady side you can sit. Here is third. You can sit. Yeah. So probably when he
कृष्ण कीर्तन गान नर्तन परो प्रेमामृतं निधि धीरा धीर जन प्रिय प्रियकरो निर्मत्सरो पूजितो श्री चैतन्य कृपा भरो भुवि भुव भारावहंतारको वंदे रूप सनातन रघुजुग श्री जीव गोपालको कृष्ण कीर्तन गान नर्तन परो प्रेमामृतं निधि धीरा धीर जन प्रिय प्रियकरो निर्मत्सरो पूजितो नाना शास्त्र विचारणैक निपुण सद्धर्म संस्थापक लोकानां हितकारिणं त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरण्याकरो नाना शास्त्र विचारणैक निपुण सद्धर्म संस्थापक लोकानां हितकारिणं त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरणाकरं राधा कृष्ण पदारविन्द भजनानन्देन मत्वालिकौ वन्दे रूप सनातनो रघुजुगौ श्रीजीव गोपालको कृष्ण कीर्तन गान नर्तन परो प्रेमामृतं निधि श्री चैतन्य कृपा भरो भुवि भुव भारावहंतारको वंदे रूप सनातनो
Hare Krishna, if you can hear me, please raise your hands. Prana Gopika, can you hear me? Prana Gopika. Hare Krishna. If you can hear me, please raise your hands. If you can hear me, please raise your hands. Hare Krishna. Okay, so we're going to start momentarily. So I'm just requesting to maintain the voice levels a little bit low over here. And do we have everybody lined up? Radhika Prabhu going to read? We have them here? Okay, fantastic. Now, just wanted to let you know that when you come up here and you need to offer your obeisances, come and offer your obeisances to Srila Prabhupada from here, to Guru Maharaj from here. So to make sure that when you're offering your obeisances to Guru Maharaj, your feet should not be pointing to Prabhupada. Like that, right? So this would be a good spot. And if I'm in this spot, ask me to move and I will move. Okay? So just be cognizant of that as you offer your obeisances. We're still trying to figure out which camera to use for projecting this because the back is towards Srila Prabhupada. So we'll adjust that. Okay? Yeah, thank you.
Hare Krishna.
तत्वातो नमसे समण्डलपति शनि सदा तुच्छम भूत्वा दीनगणेशकौ करुणया कौपीन कण्ठाश्रितौ तत्वातो नमसे समण्डलपति शनि सदा तुच्छव भूत्वा दीनगणेशकौ करुणया कोऽपि न कण्ठासितो गोपीभावरसामृताब्धिलहरी कल्लोलमग्नोन्मुहो वन्दे रूपसनातनरघुजुगं श्रीजीवगोपालकौ कृष्णकीर्तनकाननतनपरौ
Hare Krishna, dear devotees. Welcome to the Vyasa Puja celebrations this morning. For those of you who are new to the concept of Vyasa Puja, just wanted to mention that in Bhagavad Gita, chapter 18, verse number 75, Srila Prabhupada mentions that listening to Katha, Krishna Katha, from Krishna himself is the same as listening to it from his bona fide disciple or from a bona fide spiritual master. And we know that Vyasadeva is one such bona fide spiritual master. And the spiritual masters in our parampara, they follow the instructions of Vyasadeva. And that's why on the appearance day of the spiritual master, we serve the celebrations for Vyasa Puja. So just a little bit of a background to set up over there. And so we'll begin the ceremonies after these prayers, starting with Srila Prabhupada. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Sunyavadi Paschyata Deshitarine Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Vaisesika Das Adhikari Iti Namine Nama Praharsya Shilaya Prabhupadanusarine Anindit Hridaya Tasmai Shastra Bhajan Chodine. Hare Krishna, dear Guru Maharaj. So your disciples, grand disciples, your well-wishers and friends and God siblings have expressed their love and gratitude in the form of their offerings, which we have collected and put in a Vyasa Puja book. And we have your dear disciple Ramananda Sakar Prabhu standing behind you to offer you. So Maharaj, this morning we selected a few of these offerings, and if we have your permission, we will like to read those to you. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Maharaj. So coming up first is our dear Gopal Champudas Prabhu from New York. And most of you know him because he has been residing from our family business for a long time. He says that he cannot live without book distribution. And Gopal Champudas Prabhu has been helping us with distributing books in Spanish language, and he likes actually to preach in Spanish. So you'll have to teach me how to say thank you in Spanish, Gopal Champudas Prabhu. Thank you. Over to you. And does he have a mic?
Okay. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, dear Guru Maharaj. Please accept my humble obeisances. Jai Srila Prabhupada. Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Preshthaya Bhutale Srimate Vaisesika Dhasa Adhikari Tinamine Nama Praharsaya Shilaya Prabhupada Anusarine Anintitare Detasmai Shastra Bhajana Chodine. In our family business chapter 3, the section entitled Guaranteed Success, you write, the devotees will catch hold of the Guru's order and face all challenges as opportunities to prove their devotion meet with uncanny success. You prove time and time again in how having unflinching faith in the instructions of the spiritual master, one achieves all success in life. In the past year or so, the whole community of devotees laid witness to this. Thinking back to Kartik 2019, you stood in front of Srila Prabhupada at his temple in Tirupati and vowed to distribute 10,000 sets of Srimad Bhagavatams for the Bhadra Purnima campaign. That goal was smashed with 23,000 sets being distributed worldwide. In the beginning of 2020, we were hit with yet another setback. Again, your resolve was unhampered. While the whole world was going into panic mode, you were on a mission to continue to inundate the world with Srila Prabhupada's books. You brought together devotees worldwide like never before and lifted their spirits. Devotees in every country rose to the occasion due to your great enthusiasm and continued to distribute Prabhupada's books despite such trying times. To this spirit that you exhibit is directly in accordance with how Srila Prabhupada urged his disciples. In a letter to Jagadish dated April 11, 1971, Srila Prabhupada wrote, your report of temple activities in your zone is very much encouraging. And all those centers you should especially emphasize the book distribution program in schools, colleges, libraries, etc. That is the most important program. So tax your brain how to increase it more and more, and Krishna will surely help you. I've personally witnessed on how you sit in meetings for hours on end with this objective in mind, to find out ways and means to increase the book distribution more and more. Seeing all this leaves no doubt in my mind that you are an empowered representative of Krishna. In the Chaitanya Charitamrita Antya Lila, chapter 7, text 11 and 12, Vallabha Bhatta said the following to Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. The fundamental religious system in the age of Kali is the chanting of the holy name of Krishna. Unless empowered by Krishna, one cannot propagate the Sankirtan movement. You have spread the Sankirtan movement of Krishna consciousness. One cannot propagate the Sankirtan movement. You have spread the Sankirtan movement of Krishna consciousness. Therefore, it is evident that you have been empowered by Lord Krishna. There is no question about it. While this verse is giving direct reference to the chanting of the holy names, Srila Prabhupada many times stated the book distribution was the Brihat Mridanga. And because Srila Prabhupada gave Krishna's holy name on practically every line, book distribution is also considered spreading the chanting of the holy names. Guru Maharaj, you're the most expert player of the Brihat Mridanga. Having learned and imbibed the expertise from His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, your most glorious spiritual master, falling at your lotus feet with any little bit of humility and sincerity I may have, please make me an instrument in your hands to continue expanding the reach of that Brihat Mridanga. Your eternal servant, Gopal Champu.
Thank you, Gopal Prabhu, for the beautiful offering. So coming up next is Bhakta Rohit, and he is from India. And Bhakta Rohit is a permanent fixture in all your online classes, Maharaj, you know that. And he actually met Guru Maharaj on Facebook. He took shelter of Guru Maharaj on Gmail. And he's going to be initiated over Zoom tomorrow. So, so if you turn your backs and see, over to you, Bhakta Rohit. Welcome.
Hare Krishna, dear Guru Maharaj. Please accept my most humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Namam Vishnu Padaya, Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale, Srimate Vaisesika Dasadhikari Namine, Namaha Prahasha Shilaya Prabhupada Anusarane, Anandrita Hirda Tasmai Shastra Bhajana Chaudhane. Whenever I place myself before my computer to write an offering for you, Sri Gurudev, I find myself completely unqualified and absolutely out of words. Guru Maharaj, you're like an ocean unto which I, a tiny pebble drying up in the scorching heat of the desert of this material world, have been picked up by Srila Prabhupada and the entire Guru Parampara and thrown into the cool ocean to revel in the soothing waters, thus alleviating me from all my material misgivings. Whenever I look at the past 2.5 years of my life in retrospect, the singular truth that without the mercy of the spiritual master, one cannot achieve spiritual success becomes exponentially evident. The entire journey so far can be clearly expressed by this one verse from Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 11, Chapter 2, Text 37. Bhayam dvitiya bhiniveshata syat ishadapetasya viparyayo smritihi tanmayayato bhuda abhajetam bhaktye kayesham gurudevatatma. Fear arises when a living entity misidentifies himself as the material body because of absorption in the external illusory energy of the Lord. When the living entity thus turns away from the Supreme Lord, he also forgets his own constitutional position as a servant of the Lord. This bewildering, fearful condition is affected by the potency of illusion called Maya. Therefore, an intelligent person should engage unflinchingly in the unalloyed devotional service of the Lord under the guidance of a bona fide spiritual master whom he should accept as his worshipable deity and as his very life and soul. I grew up with an unlimited stock of fear in the heart, Srila Gurudev. I inherited this fear of the future from the society I was born into. The fear of uncertainty dominated almost the entirety of my childhood. All of this forced me to live my human life and reap the maximum benefits out of it. Even as few years passed in Krishna consciousness, I was still enveloped in the same fear of the unknown. Without a slightest tinge of exaggeration, it was only when I heard one of your lectures titled Germantown Initiation Ceremony dated December 20, 2018, that there was a huge churning in my conscience. Something inside of me instantaneously dictated me to surrender fully unto the lotus feet of this magnanimous personality, and everything would be all right, period. Since that inherent loving push by the Lord inside my heart was so overwhelming and convincing, I decided to place myself eternally at the most insignificant speck of dust at your lotus feet. Conviction would be an understatement. It was way more like a surreal extraterrestrial calling from somewhere far deep out in space, constantly whispering just one thing: you belong to Vaisesika Prabhu. I therefore made no delay in accepting you as my eternal spiritual master. I felt home. I felt secured. I finally felt that there is a shelter for a soul like me too. Guru Maharaj, you have been constantly inspiring me to break out of the shackles of a horrifying material life and taste the nectar of the holy name. Your words are indeed the gospel of my life, the gold standard of devotional service. Every word you have spoken so far has brought about a huge revolution in my journey towards Krishna consciousness. Guru Maharaj, I would like to express my gratitude for you, my eternal spiritual father, on this auspicious occasion of your Vyasa Puja Mahotsava, with a tiny poem I wrote for you. I offer this as my humble offering unto your lotus feet, dear Shri Guru Maharaj. The poem is titled Without You. A spiritual father so benign that if I were to tell you upright, just his shelter can make you so fine, you'd say, you're kidding, all right. I lived my life at the edge of the dagger, always in the middle of the storm, till you showed me Nitai and Gaura. At your feet, I realized I'm home. I'm a destitute, a soul without purpose, yet you picked me out of your own volition. For you, I lay my life and every resource to globally spread the seeds of Sankirtan. The kirtans you sing, fraught with love, heals my poor heart with many a hole, sweeter than the sweetest singing dove, with your signature, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol. Your words are like glimmering pearls, precious, the corals preserve it, driving me out of the material worlds, even though I don't deserve it. Even though I may never become the closest apple of your eye, your shelter is my only sanctum. For me, that's the highest of the high. A wave of mercy so gigantic, hard to even imagine it's true, with tears of love so ecstatic, I must say, I can't live without you. Your aspiring servitor, Rohit Kumar Bhaktaravi. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Bhakta Rohit, for the beautiful offering. And I have to tell you, we can't live without you either here at ISV, because he has been helping us in so many other projects also. So thank you so much for that. Coming up next is Bhaktin Monisha, who moved from Canada to ISV a couple of years ago. And I can say what was Canada's loss is ISV's gain. Because she's been so active in almost every department, loves to do service, loves to sing. She's an excellent student. And at age 16, she has already mastered 4 musical instruments. So let's give a round of applause to Monisha.
Dear Guru Maharaj, Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Prashtaya Bhutale Shrimate Vaisesika Dasa Adhikari Iti Namine Nama Prashaya Shilaya Prabhupada Anusharine Anindita Hidai Tasme Shastra Bhajna Chodine. Please accept my humble obeisances at your lotus feet. All glories to you and Gauranga. Today morning, I woke up from a nightmare. I woke up much earlier than I usually would. It was quite early in the morning. I didn't have much to do. And when I went to chant in front of the deities, I saw my mother reading your short essay, why I decided that getting vaccinated against COVID-19 was the right choice for me. I read along with her, and every single thing you wrote really touched me. I spent the morning pondering upon what you wrote. You mentioned that all of us in this material world are in an awkward situation. I think we're all practically living in a nightmare. I realized, just like how you mentioned, taking the vaccine and moving on with the movement is what Srila Prabhupada did, and I should move on from this nightmare and continue with my prescribed duties. You wrote, when I was 16 years old, I chose to follow Srila Prabhupada. Now I'm 64 and still rise early each morning to follow Srila Prabhupada's example throughout the day. And at this time, I just went, wow. Every time I read over that, tears come to my eyes. Sometimes I see myself stumbling in Krishna consciousness. At times, I feel guilty, distant. And during others, I feel helpless. I'm 16 years old now, and I hope and pray to the Lordships that in 48 years from now, I can look back at my life and realize the mercy that I have received through you. I want to be able to rise up each morning and follow in your footsteps. When I look at you, Naraka Mataji, I feel so much joy. You, along with other Srila Prabhupada disciples, made it so far in Krishna consciousness through your faith and determination. Krishna took care of all of you, so I knew that he would take care of me. When I lose faith, you, Miracle Mataji, and all the other senior devotees are such strong pillars in my life, whom I can look back to gain strength. Even if I feel, what am I doing with my life? At least I can live a good life by serving devotees. Keeping the intention of serving Srila Prabhupada and Krishna as the sole purpose of your endeavors is so inspiring. Dear Gurudev, your mood to serve enthusiastically and cooperatively, regardless of age, gender, or an individual's capability, is consistent. You always encourage everyone to do their part in spreading this movement, no matter how big or small they may be. You always make sure to appreciate the devotees who work behind the scenes and listen attentively to our worries. You ask the children how we're doing and ask about school and show genuine interest in our lives. This past year has been quite different for all of us, but you continue to keep us all connected. Even online, we were able to hear your lectures and kirtan. Despite all the obstacles, teams kept going, and you kept me going. You always render all your efforts at the lotus feet of your spiritual master. Seeing that you take book distribution as your life and soul makes me think how proud our acharyas must be of you. I also observe how sincere you are to serve the Vaishnavas and following their example. You care for all the way you care for all the devotees is so heartwarming. During the winter season, whenever we used to sit in the temple room for morning class, you would make sure that someone would bring us mats so that the devotees wouldn't be sitting on the cold floor. I've realized that the process of spirituality is similar to that of an orchestra. In orchestra, the general group divisions are strings, woodwinds, brass, and percussions. In each section, the conductor's role is to refine and correct the pieces that are being played by the musicians. If one section musician makes a mistake or decides to go solo, then it impacts the whole orchestra and the piece that's being played. In order to connect to the audience, the piece must be refined, and we must have many, many rehearsals. In spirituality, you are the conductor for all your disciples and devotees. Through your care and attention, we are all growing and learning through our mistakes and experiences. Because of you, we are able to connect to Krishna, who is anticipating the day we come to him. During our Make Japa Great Again sessions, your reminders to think as if it is the last day and the world is ending tomorrow makes me cognizant of treating the rehearsals of this life as the final concert. Despite that, I still have a long way to go. By your grace, I am confident that at least one day, in a future lifetime, I can connect with Krishna. You have changed my life in unimaginable ways, and for that I will forever be grateful. During the toughest times and the most exciting times of my life, thank you for being there for me, encouraging me even though I'm so conditioned. I'm beyond grateful for accepting me as your disciple. Seeking shelter from you may be only one of the right things I've done in this life. You're the only ocean of mercy, and I thank you for descending for fallen souls like myself. With your guidance, I know that I can wake up from this nightmare of this material world and move on. I'm so thankful and can never express into words how much you have impacted my life. Although I'll never be able to repay you for all that you've done, I hope to serve you and the Vaishnavas in the many years to come. Thank you for accepting me a part of this spiritual orchestra, and I sincerely pray to Shri Radha Madan Mohan on this most auspicious day of your Vyasa Puja for your good health, happiness, and protection. Dear Guru Maharaj, happy birthday. With love and affection, your most insignificant servant, Bhakti Manisha.
So it's quiz time. So what's going to happen if a person has got Bulgarian, Ukrainian, Russian, and Polish blood flowing through their veins? War on Maya. And you become a devotee of Krishna, and Maharaj, in front of you on the screen is Bhaktin Vladi from Bulgaria, and behind you, dear devotees. Bhaktin Vladi, to cut a long story short, lost her heart to Tota Gopinath in Jagannath Puri when she was there, and she's going to take initiation from Maharaj tomorrow. Thank you so much. Over to you, Bhaktin Vladi.
Dear Guru Maharaj, Namo Vishnupada Krishna Prashta Bhutale Shrimate Vaisesika Das Adhikari Iti Namine Namah Praharsha Shila Prabhupada Anusarine Anindita Hridaya Tasmai Shastra Bhajana Chodine. Dear Guru Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Please also accept my humble and sincere try for an offering to your appearance day. It's a poem called I Bow Down to Your Lotus Feet. You are the sun that shines so bright and drives away the dark. With you, my life is now complete. I bow down to your lotus feet. You are the remedy that heals my wounds and gently soothes the pain. With you, my life is now complete. I bow down to your lotus feet. You are the sound that enters deep and fills the inner space. With you, my life is now complete. I bow down to your lotus feet. You are the fire that burns my sins and purifies my weakly mind. With you, my life is now complete. I bow down to your lotus feet. You are the smile that lights me up and brings the happiness again. With you, my life is now complete. I bow down to your lotus feet. You are the wisdom that descends from God and chases ignorance away. With you, my life is now complete. I bow down to your lotus feet. You are the spark that fans my days and springs the urge for moving on. With you, my life is now complete. I bow down to your lotus feet. You are the kindness that is giving strength and cleans and melts the heart. With you, my life is now complete. I bow down to your lotus feet. You are the faith that conquers all and eliminates the fears. With you, my life is now complete. I bow down to your lotus feet. You are my guru, and of all above, I humbly ask to serve you. With you, my life is now complete. I bow down to your lotus feet. I wish you lots of strong health, and thank you for being in this world. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much, Bhaktin Bloody. Coming up next, Maharaj, is Kautu Karnava Prabhu. And Kautu Karnava, the name itself sounds so musical. And Guru Maharaj explains that in the Brihad Bhagavatamrita, we talk about Kautu Karnava Prabhu as a name of Krishna, as the source of real entertainment. And just tying that to his activities, we cannot use the word Western Sankirtan without having the name Kautu Karnava going together with it. And every weekend he goes there and he teaches what is real entertainment that a person can have in their life. Instead of hopping from dance floors to wineries, he says, come to Golok Vrindavan, Katha Ganam, Natyam Gavanam. Over to you, Kautu Karnava Prabhu, for the wonderful, and thank you for the wonderful activities and the service that you do. Now we'd like to hear your offering to Maharaj.
Dear Guru Maharaj, Dear Guru Maharaj, Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Preshtaya Bhutale Srimate Vaisesika Das Adhikari Iti Namine Nama Parharsha Shilaya Prabhu Padanusarine Anindit Hridaya Tasmai Shastra Bhajan Chodine. Once John Lennon asked Srila Prabhupada, how will I know who is the genuine Guru? And Srila Prabhupada answered, just find out the one who is most addicted to Krishna. He is genuine. You are most addicted to Krishna, Guru Maharaj. You are always chanting Hare Krishna or teaching Hare Krishna to others. There is no third activity on your daily schedule. Because you are a pure devotee, you have captured Krishna in your heart by unalloyed devotion, and you can give Krishna to anyone. Anyone who comes in your contact immediately remembers Krishna. You show us by example how to utilize body, mind, and words in devotional service. Once, Srila Prabhupada asked Giriraj Maharaj, do you think this movement can go on without me? Srila Prabhupada then said, organization and intelligence. Is there anything else? You have established 4 iron ironclad laws of book distribution, as your sadhana must be strong. Get books. The more you show, the more you sell. You must organize. These laws perfectly imbibe the mood of organization and intelligence. Last year, despite COVID-19 pandemic, you guided us in this organization and by intelligence. Global team could smash all past records in book distribution. You have imbibed the mood of sincerely following the instructions of Srila Prabhupada. Srimad Bhagavatam 141 purport. Srila Prabhupada defines personal realization as, quote, he must have full confidence in the previous acharya, and at the same time, he must realize the subject matter so nicely that he can present the matter for the particular circumstances in a suitable manner. The original purpose of the text must be maintained, unquote. You have full confidence in previous acharyas, and you present Krishna consciousness for the particular circumstances in a suitable manner. Be it spiritual fitness program for corporate outreach, Bhakti community weekly meetings for beginners, Make Japa Great Again chanting session, or Srimad Bhagavatam classes. You exactly know how to present Krishna consciousness in its original form that is understandable for particular audience. Srimad Bhagavatam 1.1.22, Srila Prabhupada translates, quote, we think that we have met your goodness by the will of providence, just so that we may accept you as captain of the ship for those who desire to cross the difficult ocean of Kali, which deteriorates all the good qualities of a human being, unquote. In the purport to same verse, it is stated that people in age of Kali will gradually lose their memory, finer sentiments, strength, and better qualities. I can testify all these anomalies in myself, Gurudev. I thank you so much for keeping me in your shelter. I beg for continuous shelter at your lotus feet so that I can cross this difficult ocean of Kali. Thank you for considering my request. Your servant, Kautukarnavadas.
Thank you so much, Kautukarnavadas. Coming up next is Pranagopika Devidasi Mataji. She's a craft teacher here at ISV and super talented. And she has, to me, it seems like she's completely detached from the material world, because she told me that she'll go and purchase the most expensive items, like a dishwasher, and then she will wash the dishes with her hands. She also says that when she leaves home, the house is silent, and I don't know why, but you have to watch her on the streets. And I had the privilege of being with her on a book distribution. We went down a lane, visited a couple of houses, and we sold in half an hour. We sold 4 Srimad Bhagavatam sets. So that's her convincing power.
नमो विष्णुपदाय कृष्णप्रस्थाय भूतले श्रीमते वैशाखिकदास अधिकारी इति नामिने नम प्रहर्षशीलाय प्रभुपादानुसारिणे अनिन्दित हृदय तस्मै शास्त्रभाजन चोडिने. गुरुतः आगतं वचनं देवस्य वचनं एव. गुरुतः उक्तः मन्त्रः प्रणवमन्त्रः एव. गुरुणा दर्शितः मार्गः परमपदम् एव. गुरोः प्राप्तिः एव ऐश्वर्यम्. मया पूर्वस्मिन् जन्मनि किञ्चित् पुण्यमार्जितं. तद्विशेषेण अहमस्मिन् जन्मनि मम योग्यतामनुस्मृत्य भवादृष्टानां भागवतोत्तमानां परिचयभाग्यं प्राप्तवती. मम भाग्यवशेन भवन्तः मां शिष्यमङ्गीकृतवन्तः. तेन मम जीवनविधाने परिणामः जातः. भवान् यदाचरेत् तमेवास्मिन् बोधयति. अस्माभिः यत् सङ्कीर्तनं क्रियते तदस्माकं कुटुम्बाय भवाद्भिः कृताशीर्वादफलमेव. गोलोकं गच्छ इति विषये भवाद्भिः दत्तं ज्ञानम् अत्यन्तोपकारी जातं. केवलं न मामेव मम सन्तानमपि भवान् आदरेण पालयति. युज्यां विभागः बालानां युवकानां च प्रयोजनकरः प्रोत्साहनकरश्चस्ति. अत्यल्पमिदं मम समर्पणं भवतां पादपूजानमिति भावयित्वा स्वीकरोतु. सर्वं श्री गुरुपादार्पणमस्तु. श्री गुरुदेवाय जन्मदिन शुभकामना पुरस्सरं समर्पितं. भवतः पादसेविका प्राणगोपिका देवीदासी. The instructions of one spiritual master are the reiterations of and equal to the edict of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The mantras uttered by the spiritual master hold great significance, equal to that of the Omkara. The path they show is like a golden path, which culminates in liberation. Most consequentially, however, the attainment of a spiritual master is a quintessential aspect of spiritual life. I must be quite the fortunate person to be able to discover Krishna consciousness. Even more fortunate I must be to be a disciple of you, a conspicuous star amongst the constellations of Acharyas. The mere ability for me to live life Krishna consciously under your guidance is like a boon which has improved my lifestyle for the better. Your practical approach to preaching rather than simply stating facts has been beneficial to me. The showering of your blessings is the prime catalyst for our family's participation in Sankirtan. I also find very meaningful the knowledge which you impart in the congregational Go to Goloka lectures. More than this, you unconditionally guide everyone on the path of Krishna consciousness, especially children. Your youth jump sessions have been quite pivotal in the development of spirituality in little devotees from all around, and I have also seen its impact on my own children. I hope that you accept this meek and humble offering of mine as a rendition of service to your lotus feet. Your humble servant, Pranagopika Devi.
Thank you, Pranagopika Mataji. So coming up next is Renu Abhyadika Mataji, a sweet devotee who moved from Nepal to USA a couple of years ago. And I think, Guru Maharaj, that happened as an answer to your prayers, that you were looking for artists to help you in your mission. And she is wonderful at garland making vases. She can also make portraits. And she loves to cook. And I would say when it comes to cooking, Renu Abhyadika means variety. She'll cook like 100 dishes like that, and all of them are so exotic. So thank you so much for doing that, Renu Abhyadika Mataji, and we're looking forward to hearing your offering.
Krishna Guru Maharaj. Dandavat Pranam. Please accept my humble and respectful obeisances at your lotus feet. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Okay. Yes. Namo Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Vaisesika Dasa Adhikari Iti Namine Namo Paharsa Silaya Prabhupada Anusarine Anandita Vide Tasmai Sastra Vajana Chodine. It is a great relief and pleasure to be under the shelter of your lotus feet. Like the scripture says, the Guru is a direct manifestation of Krishna. This is true, that if I wouldn't have met you and Guru Ma, I would not have been the person that I am today. Thank you for all the efforts and mercy that you have shown towards me, Guru Maharaj. Even though I am such a sinful person, I am eternally grateful to you. Thank you for accepting me as your disciple. You give my living a purpose and answers to the most important questions that I had in my life. The more I write, it's not enough to praise your kindness and personality. When I was in a great difficulties and looking for something higher, I happened to walk into ISKCON, and that was the first time I saw you. But I don't remember much about that day. And you were leaving that day for Europe. When you came back, I got to talk to you and I cried. I don't know why. Wherever you would go, I used to follow you. Sometimes I used to hide behind the cars and watch you, talking with other devotees, and followed you wherever and whenever I saw you. You're always there to guide me to the right direction whenever I'm stuck. You and Guru Ma came into my life as a savior who saved me from drowning and gave my life a purpose and taught me how to love Krishna and his teachings, which I'm still in the process of learning. I can never repay you in this lifetime, but hopefully I will be able to serve you and Guru Ma in any ways possible. You are a mentor, guide, and the father figure for all of us. You inspire us to preach Krishna consciousness in many ways and teach us how to distribute Prabhupada's book. Hopefully someday I will be able to distribute books and follow your instructions. Words are not enough to glorify you. All I can say is thank you and be grateful to you for walking into my life as a spiritual master. Or as a father and saving me. You have inspired me in many ways, Guru Maharaj. My heartfelt gratitude to you. Please forgive me for my offenses I have committed in any ways, knowingly or unknowingly. Thank you. Your most insignificant servant, Renu Vyadika Dasi.
Hare Krishna, dear devotees. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, dear devotees. I just wanted to let you know that I grew up in a Muslim city, so I had no idea what spiritualism is and what a sannyasi is. And so the first sannyasi that I saw in my life was His Holiness Giriraj Swami Maharaj. As you can see, he's there on the screen. Let's welcome him with a big round of applause. On behalf of all the disciples of Vaisesika Prabhu as well as the congregation members, I'd like to thank you, Maharaj, for keeping us in your orbit, in your travels around the globe. And you especially make it a point to come on the Vyasa Puja day of our dear spiritual master. And we're all waiting eagerly to hear from you about our spiritual master. So thank you so much, Maharaj, and over to you.
Hare Krishna. Please accept my humble obeisances. Glories to Srila Prabhupada. Glories to His Grace, Vaisesika Prabhu. Vaisesika Prabhu is my life and soul. He is one of the main factors sustaining me in my spiritual life. Every Saturday, I look forward to Make Japa Great Again, and I hear as many of his classes as possible. It has been a tradition that Vaisesika Prabhu and I facilitate the regional Gaur Purnima festival in Laguna Beach together. And then afterwards, we spend time at Rupanuga Prabhu's home, having deep, enlivening discussions. In one, he observed that the position of Guru in ISKCON was being minimized. And on the basis of Shastra and practical experience, he was convinced that it should be elevated to its rightful place. Vaisesika Prabhu is a major force in book distribution, and his efforts to distribute sets of Srimad Bhagavatam for Bhadra Purnima are extraordinary. Srila Prabhupada personally wrote me, quote, "Go on increasing books and go on increasing my pleasure," end quote. I can hardly imagine how much pleasure Vaisesika Prabhu is giving Srila Prabhupada through distributing Prabhupada's books. And not only does he distribute books, but he also studies them carefully and encourages others to do likewise. Further, Vaisesika Prabhu has encouraged the cause of book distribution through his own super excellent book, Our Family Business. It has been another tradition that I come to ISV for Sri Krishna Janmashtami and Srila Prabhupada's Vyasa Puja, and I relish his association and that of his wonderful God brothers and God sisters and followers on those occasions. Once, His Holiness Niranjan Swami said that we should just make Vaisesika Prabhu the GBC for all of North America. And I agree that that would have many beneficial results. I congratulate all the fortunate souls who have taken shelter of His grace, Vaisesika Prabhu. You are truly blessed. And I too have been blessed by His merciful association. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Vaisesika Prabhu ki jai. Glories to the assembled devotee.
Thank you so much, Maharaj.
It was a pleasure.
Ours too, Maharaj, and we're looking forward to hearing from you again next year. So coming up next is our Anupam Das Prabhu and Bhaktin Minna. They met in college in the music club, and you can see that, where he was the president and she was the vice president, and now he's the husband and she's the wife. They both love Gaur Nitai deities, and they have got so much of interest in chanting that they have a cat called Japa. Oh, they have written a song for you, Maharaj, and they're going to sing it.
Hare Krishna. Guru devotion to anyone you come upon. An example of surrender for the whole world to see. The emblem of sincerity. There are many gurus with something to say, but there's no one quite like my Guru Dev. By his example, he's showing the way to lead the charge of Lord Chaitanya Dev. Guru Dev, Guru Dev. With a steady mind and a golden heart, you push on the mission and spread the art. A pioneer of the golden age, dedicated your life to setting free the enslaved. You've restored the book to its rightful place at the forefront of the mission of His divine grace. There are many gurus with something to say, but there's no one quite like my Guru Dev. By his example, he's showing the way to lead the charge of Lord Chaitanya Dev. Guru Dev, Guru Dev. Hearing and chanting are his food and water. Bhajan and preaching, the bread and the butter. With full faith he leads the charge into the darkest regions of all. With the torchlight he leads the way from Devi Dham to Goloka's gates. There are many gurus with something to say, but there's no one quite like my Guru Dev. By his example, he's showing the way to lead the charge and please Chaitanya Dev. Guru Dev, Guru Dev. Om Gyantimirandasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chakshurun Militam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha.
Thank you so much, Anupam Das Prabhu and Bhaktin Minna, for the wonderful, wonderful, beautiful, melodious song. And did I tell you that Bhaktin Minna is taking initiation tomorrow? So coming up next is Kishore Shyam Prabhu. And I just want you to have a look at him and recognize him. He's from Sacramento. And if you find him behind you in the Prasadam line today, please give way to him, because he has got 3 Shaton Karate black belts. And he's been teaching that for 20 years now. Jokes apart, he's a very, very sweet devotee. He's a Sanskrit scholar. And today, right after the Guru Puja of Srila Prabhupada, and on the auspicious occasion of Vyasa Puja celebrations for his special master, he received mantra diksha, or second initiation today.
Namo Vishnupade Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Shrimati Vaisesika Nasadi Karditi Namine Namav Praharsha Shilaya Prabhupada Nisarine Anindita Hriday Tasmai Shastra Bhajana Chodine. Dandavat Pranam, dearest Guru Maharaj. Please accept my affectionate obeisances, Jaya Srila Prabhupada. By far, the hardest part of this pandemic has been the pain and separation from not having your association in person and being not physically present with our sweet ISV Sangha. I miss you and I miss our beloved Sangha painfully and dearly. I pray that you accept and enjoy the following verse that I've composed in honor of your 2021 Vyasa Puja. Vande so Vaiseshiko pagatemam shikshate vishahitum brahitum naha samsara jatam hi bhaktim nasham naha sarvam shishi kurvatam bhumi lokam. Obeisances to Vaisesika, who has arrived herein. He teaches us to tolerate the excessive urges born of material existence that has damaged our bhakti. May he create disciples from all of the earth's people. This verse is lexically and conceptually related to text 1 of the Nectar of Instruction. It is composed in an upajati mixed meter, form of a Trishtub meter, where the first, third, and fourth padas are in the Shalini Trishtub meter, while the second one is in Svagata, the welcoming Trishtub meter. The mantra configuration is included. I hope you enjoy this verse. Thank you for accepting me as your disciple. Happy Vyasa Puja, happy birthday. Hare Krishna, your sincere disciple.
Thank you so much, Prabhu. Coming up next is Anirudh Nitai Chand Prabhu and his lovely wife, Trilokini Mataji. Trilokini Mataji is into book distribution, and also she makes wonderful, wonderful prasadam. I had the chance to witness her making things that I thought were not cookable. She can make nice dishes out of them, like kheera. And Anirudh Nitai Chand Prabhu, again, I share a nice relationship with him. He is my Bengali teacher. Or at least he tried to teach me Bengali till I ran away from the classes because I had to go distribute books. But what I remember from those classes is I thought he's going to just teach me, the ABCs of Bengali, but he said, take out the Chaitanya Charitamrita, and we're going to learn Bengali from there. And the sheer devotional service with which he was teaching Bengali to me, that really, really touched my heart. He says that he's an angry man, but I don't see any of that. But I'm sure he's angry at Maya, for sure. So let's see what you have for us.
It's okay. Om Magana Timirandasya Gyanjana Shalakaya Chukshuramentam Jena Tasmai Sri Gurupe Namah. Dear Vaisesika Prabhu, please accept our respectful obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to Sri Guru and Gauranga. Shiksha Gurute তো জানি কৃষ্ণের স্বরূপ অন্তর্যামী ভক্ত শ্রেষ্ঠ এই দুই রূপ One should know the instructing spiritual master to be the personality of Krishna. Lord Krishna manifests himself as the super soul and as the greatest devotee of the Lord. At the auspicious occasion of your Vyasa Puja, we take this opportunity to glorify your appearance, activities, and your contribution in our life. Many devotees say that Saraswati, the goddess of learning, has taken her residence in your voice. That is why verses and spiritual truth come out of your mouth like the river Ganges flow from the Himalayan mountains. We are not very much interested in reading scriptures, trying to understand Srila Prabhupada's purports in his books and doing book distribution, but you have taught us via your lectures, seminars, chat, etc., how to systematically read and distribute Srila Prabhupada's books. Bhakta Kobi Gopal Krishna's commentary on Srila Raghunath Das Goswami's Mano Shiksha text 1 mentions Diksha Guru Rupe Swayam Sri Govinda, Shiksha Guru Rupe Radha, Vaishnav Swarupe Shokhi Gano Sarve, Horibeto Vigna Bada. The Diksha Guru is directly Lord Govinda, the Shiksha Guru is Srimati Radharani, and the Vaishnavas are the confidential girl companions of Radha Krishna. These three remove obstacles from the devotional path. The Shiksha Guru is compared to Radha because Sri Radha is Bhakti Devi, the giver of Bhakti. Sri Srimad Gaur Govinda Maharaj used to say that the business of the Diksha Guru is to be the ground and legs of the disciple, while the function of the Shiksha Guru is to teach the disciple how to work, how to use what she or he has gotten from the Diksha Guru. Therefore, the Shiksha Guru is compared to Srimati Radharani. We are fortunate to have you as our Shiksha Guru. After moving to ISB, both of us have learned a lot about devotional service from you. You are engaging us in the service of Radha Krishna, Lord Chaitanya, and Nityananda Prabhu in different ways. Through book distribution seminars, you have educated us on how to distribute books to all. We have learned about Vaishnava etiquette, Srila Prabhupada, and ISKCON from you. You are very kind and you generously distribute the knowledge and devotion which you have acquired by strictly following the Guru Parampara in the disciplic succession. You have innovated unique ways like virtual Sankirtan to keep us engaged in book distribution during the challenging times of 2020 when coronavirus challenged our regular way of life. We remember you leading every session of classes in ISB during the beginning few months after the pandemic started in March. We were worried, concerned, and all the regular mode of associating with devotees closed since the temple was closed. You gave us inspiration and courage to move forward with life and devotional service during every class. We especially appreciate your Japa circle named Make Japa Great Again on Saturday mornings. We find new inspiration for continuing the chanting for the rest of the week because of your presence, reading various excerpts from the Shastras and Prabhupada's writings related to chanting and giving us a platform to chant together and share realizations. We pray to Sri Radha Madan Mohan, Sri Lakshmi Narasimhadev, and Srimad Mahaprabhu for your physical well-being and continued association on this auspicious appearance day of yours. Thank you for all your contribution to our life and wish you a very happy Vyasa Puja. Your servants, Tirokani Sakhi Devi Dasi and Aniruddhanita Chandras.
Thank you so much, Aniruddha Prabhu and Tilokani Mataji. Coming up next is Ekachakra Pran Prabhu, who started a business on Amazon selling instruments for kids. And with the profits he gained there, he was able to sponsor 2 schools. He has written 3 books on his spiritual journey and composed 2 musical albums. And right now, in addition to the studies that he's doing on management, he is also working on opening a Bhakti Center in Nashville in Tennessee. And I'm pretty sure with all these projects, his next book is going to be Our Family Business, The Art of Making Lakshmi. Good luck for that.
Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Vaisesika Sadhikari Iti Namine Nama Praharsha Shilaya Prabhupada Nusarine Anindita Hride Tasmai Shastra Bhajana Chodine. Dearest Srila Gurudev, please accept my rod-like obeisances at your lotus feet. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Sadhu Sangha, Sarva Shastrekai, Lava Matra Sadhu Sangha, Sarva Siddhihai. The verdict of all revealed scriptures is that by even a moment's association with a pure devotee, one can attain all success. Indeed, each and every moment with you has been a precious, cherished blessing. Over the past 12 months of tapa, examining one another before initiation, you have empowered me with expanded opportunities to serve the Hare Krishna movement under your guidance, creating content for distributebooks.com, producing the Be a Sage page-by-page webinar, and now outlining, compiling, and editing your upcoming books within the ISV production company, a most meaningful and intimate service. This Upanishad experience, sitting close enough to imbibe every syllable emanating from your lotus mouth, has certainly transformed my mind and heart, fulfilling the words of Lord Krishna in the Bhagavad Gita. Tadvidhi pranipatena pariprashnena sevaya upadekshanti te jnanam jnaninas tattva darshina. Just try to learn the truth by approaching a spiritual master. Inquire from him submissively and render service unto him. The self-realized soul can impart knowledge unto you because they have seen the truth. Along the way, I witnessed how, by your pure desire to serve Srila Prabhupada, millions of transcendental books manifest all over the globe. I saw an international constellation of Sankirtan devotees materialize, with you at the center. I also observed your personal touch, caring deeply for each and every individual amid ever-pressing responsibilities. I never once saw a trace of envy, pride, or criticism in your conduct. I learned so much by studying your character, your speech, and your activities. Frankly, you captured my heart and melted my ego, cementing what I intuitively felt at our first meeting 15 months ago at Govardhan Hill. Here is my Guru. Then, on the auspicious day of Sri Gaura Purnima, together before the assembled Vaishnavas and Sri Sri Radha Madan Mohan, you accepted this fallen soul as your disciple. Feeling the blaze of the sacrificial fire, offering oblations and uttering sacred mantras, we consecrated the Diksha Guru relationship. Now I am your humble, happy servant. You mercifully gave me Harinam, the most priceless gift, and you revealed my spiritual name. What do I have to offer in return? Stalwart intentions to sincerely serve your mission, to strictly follow your instructions, and to seriously follow in your footsteps. Let's throw a monkey wrench into Kali Yuga's gears. Now, with you and Krishna in the center, my world has become supremely bright and simple. The darkness of hankering and lamenting has dissipated. The bonds of material life have slackened, and I feel free to dive headfirst into the nectarine ocean of devotional service. By your graceful encouragement, may we all ride these waves of loving ecstasy back home, back to Godhead. Looking into your eyes, I hear the voices of eternal bliss and knowledge beckoning from the spiritual world, always just one moment away. In Srimad Bhagavatam 10:10-41, Sri Krishna confirms this. Sadhunam samachittanam sutaram matkritatmanam darshanan no bhaved bandha pumso krishno savituryata. When one is face to face with the sun, there is no longer darkness for one's eyes. Similarly, when one is face to face with a sadhu, a devotee, who is fully determined and surrendered to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, one will no longer be subject to material bondage. To celebrate this most auspicious occasion of your Vyasa Puja, please accept the following poem as an offering of love, respect, and gratitude from my heart to yours. Ode to Gurudev. Gifting Gitas door to door, salvation on the street, wonderfully uncommon luck for every soul you meet. Who will have the eyes to see this messenger of God? Who will find sincerity to dance and take prasad? Shlokas raining from your mouth like flowers from the sky, while all the demigods rejoice, defeated demons cry. Who will have the ears to hear this answer from above? Who will surrender everything to gain eternal love? Steady steamship, sober sailing, cruising pure and free, 5 Jaladuta decades to save a wretch like me. Down, drowning under waves of the materialistic pool, battered, beaten, gasping for air, was this pathetic fool. You pulled me up and led the way, a lighthouse shining true, melting iron hearts with words like no one else could do. So now I fall, just like a rod, to smear the dust I crave. Your grateful servant, life after life, Jaya Guru Dev. Your enthusiastic servant, Ekachakra Pran Das.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ekachakra Das Prabhu. So Ekachand Pran Prabhu is from New York, and so is Godima Pran Prabhu, who is also from New York. And he had been texting me for, I think, months together because he wanted to come here to ISV and to do service. So here he is. And so the cooks in the kitchen, if you're listening to this, keep in mind he's there to help you with the dishes today. And also he said that depending on the consciousness of the cooks, he gets the dreams in the night accordingly. And he says it is verified. So we'll ask you tomorrow, Prabhu, about that. Also, he says that his left eye twitches when something bad is going to happen. And depending on the intensity of the twitching, he decides. But I'm hoping that your right eye, and not the left, is twitching today, because he's going to take mantra diksha tomorrow from Guru Maharaj.
Hare Krishna, dear Guru Maharaj. Namah Vishnu Padaya Krishna Vrista Bhutale Shrimate Vaisesika Adhikari Namine Namah Prashishilaya Prabhupada Anusarine Anindita Hidaya Tasmai Shastra Bhajana Chodane. Vyasa Puja is a great day for us disciples to count all the blessings and meditate on all the gifts you've given us. But in this offering, I'd like to focus on one particular gift from you, the gift of bestowal of Srimad Bhagavatam. The Bhagavad Purana, in one sense, is accessible to everyone, yet this transcendental literature has to be bestowed by a pure devotee such as yourself. On our own endeavors, we cannot dive deep into the depths and inner secrets of this transcendental literature. As Swarup Damodar Goswami advises us in Chaitanya Charitamrita, Antya Lila 5.131, Yaha Bhagavata Pade Vaishnave Rastane Ekanta Ashraya Kara Chaitanya Charane. Quote, if you want to understand Srimad Bhagavatam, he said, you must approach a self-realized Vaishnava and hear from him. You can do this when you have completely taken shelter of the lotus feet of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. I remember when I took shelter of your lotus feet, unexpectedly my desire to read and relish Srimad Bhagavatam skyrocketed right away, even before I formally took initiation from you. I was pleasantly surprised by this. Through you, I'm beginning to appreciate how this Purana is such a rasa shastra, encapsulating the essence of Gaudiya tradition. We learn from Bhakti Siddhanta Vaibhav, chapter 12, quote, Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati revealed that Hari Katha is a Swarup Shakti of Harinam. Just as Krishna is properly worshipped not alone, but as Swarup Shakti, Sri Radha, recitation of Harinam is incomplete and improper unless accompanied by hearing Hari Katha, unquote. Bhakti Siddhanta further goes on to explain that though some devotees take shelter of Harinam, they still have questionable character. And that is because they have not taken shelter of Srimad Bhagavatam. Through Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati's teachings, we learn that just as the sun can be perceived only with the help of sunshine, like that, Krishna can only be understood by his Swarup Shakti, Srimati Radharani. And in that same way, the holy names can be understood only by his Swarup Shakti, Srimad Bhagavatam, which you have kindly given us in addition to the holy names, dear Gurudev. In the first verse of Shikshastakam, we see, Vidya Vadu Jivanam. The holy names is the life of all transcendental knowledge. Transcendental knowledge, like Srimad Bhagavatam, is herein referred to as Vidya Vadu, or the consort of holy names, in the form of Vidya. You have taught us that in addition to chanting the holy names attentively without offenses, it is also important to daily spend time reading Srila Prabhupada's books like Srimad Bhagavatam. Srila Prabhupada mentioned in a lecture in London on September 5th, 1973, that if we try to reach Krishna through Radharani, then our business is successful. Therefore, we should worship Radharani first. Similarly, by your regular study of Bhagavatam, you have taught us that the best way to approach the holy names is through his Swarup Shakti, Harikatha. In your Govardhan retreats, you spend a whole month reading from Krishna book or Bhagavatam, immersing yourself and others in nectar. This is endorsed by Shukadev Goswami himself, who claims Bhagavatam to be the greatest of all Puranas. In Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 12, Chapter 13, Text 16, Nimnaganam yatha ganga devanam achyuto yatha vaishnavanam yatha shambhu purananam idam tata. Just as the Ganga is the greatest of all rivers, Lord Achyuta is the supreme among deities, and Lord Shambhu, Shiva, the greatest of Vaishnavas. So Srimad Bhagavatam is the greatest of all Puranas. In one lecture, His Holiness Dhanodhar Swami said that Bhagavatam recitation is Radha Dasyam, since whenever Chaitanya Mahaprabhu used to feel separation from Krishna, Gadadhar Pandit served him by reciting Bhagavatam. And you encapsulate the same mood of service by daily reciting Bhagavatam, dear Gurudev. All of your classes are pregnant with references from Bhagavatam. You have taught us that Bhagavatam is the topmost pramanam for us, quoting extensively from it, as also confirmed by Srinath Chakravarti in his Chaitanya Mata Manjusha commentary on Bhagavatam. Srimad Bhagavatam pramanam amalam prema pumarto mahan. In the purport to Srimad Bhagavatam 1.1.3, Srila Prabhupada mentions that in Sanskrit, the parrot is also known as shuka. When a ripened fruit is cut by the red beaks of such birds, its sweet flavor is enhanced. And when that same Bhagavatam further emanates from your lotus mouth, Gurudev, its sweet flavor is further enhanced multifold and penetrates the deepest core of my heart. You being the manifestation of Vyasadeva, the compiler of Bhagavatam, are expertly overseeing the publishing and distribution of transcendental literature. You are the pioneer in distributing sets of Bhagavatam through your brainchild of Bhadra campaign, proving that you are a true representative of Vyasadeva. Thank you so much, Gurudev, for this precious gift of Bhagavatam and Harikatha. With deepest gratitude, your servant, Gudruma Pranadas.
Thank you so much, Gudruma Prabhu. So now we have a short break. It's about 9:30 on the clock, so we will assemble here at 9:40. And please consult with Radhakar Prabhu. He's going to tell you when your turn is going to come next year. Those of you who didn't get a chance to honor prasadam in the morning, we have more breakfast prasadam for you outside. So we'll assemble again at 9:40. And those who are disciples of Vaisesika Prabhu and Siksha disciples, aspiring disciples, if you can stay behind for a little while, we just wanted to talk to you about some photo sessions here. Okay? Thank you.
Hare Krishna. So the next is in line Bhakta Shri Vyasa, Sukta Gorangi Mataji, Shweta Manjari Mataji, Manjula Kanta Mataji, Parth, Avantika, Gandharvika Radha Mataji, Atulya Harinam Das, and Bhakti Community Ajay Madhav and Pavni Bhakti Mataji. So please be seated on the side where there is a reserved seat in this order. I'll help you. Thank you.
Vyasa.
Okay, dear God siblings, can you hear me? If you can hear me, raise your hands. If you can hear me, raise your hands. So we have Kishore Kinkar Prabhu here with us. Prabhu, if you can stand up and show yourself to others. Here, he is a professional photographer and he's brought his camera with him here. And you know that on Fan the Spark, I had mentioned that we should have your picture there. And how does it help you? Is that when Guru Maharaj prays for you, it's always good for him to have your picture in his mind, right? I know quite a few of you have already loaded your pictures there. Here's a chance if you want to refresh those pictures. He's willing to take your shots. And for those of you who haven't loaded it there, then he's here for you to get the new ones going, okay? Again, later in the day today at about 2 o'clock, those who are going to be initiated tomorrow, please come and assemble here and we'll just go over the ceremony steps tomorrow, okay? Thank you so much. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
If you rotate a little bit, then the deities are there. They want to hear you sing too. They want to hear you sing too.
Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bolo, bolo, bolo. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Thank you, dear Kirtaniers and the musicians, for the melodious singing during the break. And so we are ready to start again with the tallest member of ISV congregation. Shivasa, Bhakta Shivasa Puranam at 6 feet 4 inches tall. He says he talks too much. I don't know about that. But I have seen in him an intense desire for learning the Shastras, learning the Sanskrit language, and also to get initiated. I think he must have asked me the most questions about when he's going to be initiated, and he's still on and on. So the good news is that Shivasa Prabhu is going to take initiation tomorrow.
Namam Vishnupadaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Vaisesika Dasa Adhikariyati Namane Nama Praharsha Shilaya Prabhupada Anusarane Anindita Hriday Tasmai Shastra Bhajana Chodane. Dear Guru Maharaj, I know I say this every year, Guru Maharaj, but I don't know where to begin, especially this year. I went through hardships that I never thought I would go through. Maya threw all sorts of curveballs at me that I was simply too unrealized and ignorant to handle. However, little did I suffer, as I had you as my constant, unwavering support through all of these situations. You guided me past what seemed to be huge reversals in my life by showing me the path of the Mahajanas, a path that you were so skillful at teaching to neophytes such as myself. Surrender unto Krishna. Not doing so would not be very intelligent, you said. Due to ignorance, however, I continued clinging to this false, illusory idea of Yamaham Mameti and continued to be tortured by my mind. In the Srimad Bhagavatam 10:87-33, it states, Vijita Hrishika Vayubhiradantama Nasturagam Yaeha yatanti yandumati lolamo payakida Vyasana shatan vita samavahaya gurosharanam Vanijaivaja santyakrita karna dharajaladhau. Translation. The mind is like an impetuous horse that even persons who have regulated their senses and breath cannot control. Those in this world who try to tame the uncontrolled mind, but who abandon the feet of their spiritual master, encounter hundreds of obstacles in their cultivation of various distressful practices. O unborn Lord, they are like merchants on a boat in the ocean who have failed to employ a helmsman. Somehow, Guru Maharaj, you still tolerated all of my shortcomings and mistakes. Although I had already been given the answer to all of my so-called problems, you still did not give up on me. Your unlimited, causeless mercy reached my heart, and I was finally back to taking my sadhana more seriously with a genuine drive to advance, rather than just taking it as a daily chore. This sadhana, however, never gives me as much joy and fruit as when I do it with the understanding that I'm doing it to make you happy. In the Srimad Bhagavatam, 10th canto, 10th chapter, 41st verse, it states, Sadhunam samachittanam sutaram matkritatmanam darshana no bhaved bandha pumsokshno savitur yatha. Translation. When one is face to face with the sun, there's no longer darkness for one's eyes. Similarly, when one is face to face with the sadhu, a devotee, who is fully determined and surrendered to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, one will no longer be subject to material bondage. It is a well-established fact in my life now that the greatest thing to do is to take complete, unreserved shelter at your lotus feet. I know this sounds cheesy, but I'm willing to do anything and everything to make you happy, Guru Maharaj, as it is only by your mercy, a confidential Rasika Bhakta of Sri Sri Radha Madan Mohan, that they will ever recognize me and allow me to also enter into their eternal confidential pastimes. Guru Maharaj, your surrender is shown when you attack huge goals like 10,000 Srimad Bhagavatam sets and 2 million Bhagavad Gitas, and make them seem insignificant by the strength of your desire to attain these goals, and please Srila Prabhupada. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur writes, Shardanga Sharanagati Hoi Bejahara Tahara Prarthana Shune Shri Nanda Kumara. The son of Maharaj Nanda hears the prayers of one who has taken shelter of the sixfold practice of surrender. Being a completely surrendered soul yourself, Krishna listens to you and makes you a powerhouse of spiritual zeal and strength that proliferates forever and thereby enters the heart of anyone that hears you. Guru Maharaj, I am a clueless fellow and was most definitely clueless 8 years ago when I took shelter of your lotus feet. I had no idea what it meant to take shelter of a spiritual master, what it meant to be a good disciple, and absolutely no idea as to what it meant to achieve the goal of life. However, my gratitude knows no bounds, as somehow Radharani made the arrangement that I would find the perfect spiritual master who is the embodiment of all transcendental qualities. Guru Maharaj, in a class you once said, become meek and humble and become the dog of a Vaishnava. If one does these two things, he will definitely reach the pure stage of devotional service. O Guru Maharaj, please consider me to be your faithful dog, ready to serve you at any time, in any way, at any place. Your most insignificant beggar, Sri Vyasa.
Thank you so much, Srivastava. And coming up next from New York again is Sukhanti Gaurangi Devidasi. And I had watched her in action in the Sadhu Sangha while she was trying to do some service for Guru Maharaj, in the intensity and the details that she put to attentions were really, really touched the heart. In ISKCON, we have 3 weapons. One is books, one is music, and one is prasadam. And she has conquered all 3 of them. She plays the French horn in orchestras and symphonies. She worked in a library and is a book distributor, and she loves to bake for home programs. So here we are, Sukhanti, go ahead.
Namo Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimati Vaisesika Dasadikari Dinamine Namo Praharsha Shilya Prabhupada Nosharine Anandita Hriday Tasmai Shastra Bhajana Chodine Om Agyana Tamarandasya Agyana Nanjana Shalakaya Chakshurunvalitamena Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha. Please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Please accept my best wishes to you on this very special day. In a lecture given by His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada on June 15th, 1973, he said that the spiritual master is the representative of God. Similarly, king is also a representative of God. The Father is also representative of God. These are the statements of the Shastras, because they will guide. The king will guide, the spiritual master will guide, the Father will guide. What is that guidance? That guidance is how one can become Krishna conscious, by education, by culture. I found this somewhat obscure quote from one of Srila Prabhupada's lectures in 1973, and it reminded me of you. Srila Prabhupada shares here that these three positions are characterized by their being the representative of Lord Krishna and their responsibility to give guidance to those in their care. In many ways, you also embody the spirit of a father in the personal care and attention you give to all of us. Also, in so many ways, you embody the spirit of a king and your regal stature and leadership. Ultimately, you are the spiritual master of so many fortunate souls, including myself, and give us the ultimate shelter by sharing Krishna consciousness with us, as it has been presented to you by Srila Prabhupada. I also found it interesting that Srila Prabhupada explains here that the conditioned soul takes shelter of that guidance by way of education and culture. In your post of spiritual master, disciple of Srila Prabhupada, temple president, and leader of so many projects, as well as the other innumerable roles you fill in our ISKCON society, your exemplary Krishna conscious life has become a beacon of inspiration for so many. When I hear the word culture, I think of you, because of how you exemplify culture in all ways, in your strict sadhana, your chastity to Srila Prabhupada, and your sweet dealings with devotees. Srila Prabhupada also mentions here that one is guided by education. This is another way you give shelter to all of us, through your captivating, absorbing, and life-changing lectures. 3 years ago, I stumbled into devotees and somehow became connected with your classes, and I was astounded. Your enthusiasm and jolly nature drew me in, and I simultaneously, I was captivated by your sobriety and deep dedication to your spiritual master. I love when devotees ask me who is your spiritual master. Because when I tell them that my spiritual master is His Grace Vaisesika Prabhu, a smile always spreads wide on their face. Your glories are endless, and my gratitude cannot fully be expressed in this letter, although I really wish I could fully express it to you. I mostly just want to say thank you. Thank you for saving me. Thank you for... Thank you for guiding me. Thank you for giving me and all of us your wisdom, shelter, and grace. Our eternal servants, Vikanti Granki Devidasi.
Thank you so much, Shukanti, for the heartfelt offering. And coming up next is from North Carolina, Shweta Manjari Dasi. And if there was a prize for who asked this question the most, and the question was, Shraddha Mataji, are we going to have the Vyasa Puja in person this year? Then it would go to Shweta Manjari Mataji. She likes to dance for Krishna, learning the Bharatanatyam since she was 6 years old. And she sings beautifully. And also, she likes to sing to the deities when nobody is there. So she has one-on-one time with them. So let's hear what Shweta Manjari has to say.
Dearest Gurudev, Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prashtaya Bhutale Srimate Vaisesika Dasa Adhikariti Namine Nama Praharsha Shilaya Prabhupada Anusarine Anindita Hite Tasmai Shastra Vajna Churne Om Ajnana Timirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurani Talmena Tasmai Shri Gurudev Namaha. Just hearing your name brings up so much gratitude within my heart, and I'm finding the task of properly conveying this gratitude to be a little overwhelming. How am I supposed to properly thank someone that has completely transformed me? I've been doing wishy-washy devotional service all my life, but your association helps me realize the necessity of serious and sincere devotional practice. It's this devotional practice that will save me. So thank you for helping me realize the value of this jewel that I have been so fortunate to have dropped in my lap since childhood. You are the source of any enthusiasm or determination I have. I know it is impossible for me to fully convey the love and appreciation I have for you, but I hope that I can express a little bit in this offering. When I think of what genuine happiness looks like, my mind immediately goes to you, Gurudev. This is a thought I frequently return to because it forces me to reevaluate my purpose and priorities in life. It makes me realize I do not need everything I think I need. I don't need status, wealth, or fame. Such things do not give true happiness. You make me realize that all I really need is a service attitude and greed for Krishna Prema. You are the reason I'm starting to realize Krishna is all I need. Surrendering unto your example is where my strength comes from in all aspects of my life. Whether virtual or in person, you lift the atmosphere up with your presence. You make every single person you meet feel so special and valued, and you empower and encourage everyone to do their best from where they are. You provide others with strength and motivation to serve in ways they did not even think they were capable of serving in. Your attractive aura and heartwarming smile is a product of your strong spiritual foundation, and just being in your presence helps one advance in bhakti and become a better devotee. You teach by example by living the scriptures, which is the most powerful method of teaching. Through the golden standard you set, you prove how bhakti is effective and can actually bring peace and happiness. Although you are so advanced, you're still so down to earth. You share with us both philosophical realizations and practical tips, and take care of all of us, both emotionally and spiritually. When we are struggling, you continue to be understanding and accommodating, and encourage us to move forward. The sincerity and steadiness you have in your own spiritual practice is truly commendable and serves as my biggest inspiration. You are the perfect guru because you are the perfect disciple. Srila Prabhupada's instructions are most dear to you, and you always find creative, innovative, and inventive ways to honor these instructions. This pandemic has been a perfect example of this, as you have kept the transcendental vibration going through Zoom rooms, calls to empower devotees for book distribution marathons, and so much more. Perhaps one of your most admirable traits is your great zeal to share Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's mercy with everyone. You have such a deep love for Srila Prabhupada's books, which are our biggest guide. You profusely share these treasure houses of knowledge with everyone, and along with the books, you share your enthusiasm and inspire others. You expertly play the mridanga in kirtan, and with a resounding roar, you wield the brahad mridanga on the streets. Through Sankirtan, you emphasize unity not only within ISV, but within the worldwide ISKCON community. Finally, dear Gurudev, I would like to thank you deeply for giving me initiation this year. Thanks is such a small word to express my gratitude for the precious gift you have given me this Gaur Purnima. You have been merciful enough to take full responsibility of me, even though I'm still very young. You have officially established a connection between Krishna and I. You have accepted me as your eternal student and made me a member of the Brahma Madhva Gaudiya Sampradaya. You have connected me with Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and with Srila Prabhupada. You gave me a beautiful name, Shweta Manjari Dasi, that I will cherish deeply for the rest of my life. When I think about how I get to call you Gurudev, I am in disbelief at how lucky I am. Right after you gave me my new name, it hit me that I was officially your disciple, and I couldn't stop smiling, squealing, and crying. I really, really lucked out. I have no words to describe the gratitude, admiration, and feeling of indebtedness I have towards you. I find so much security in my eternal relationship with you, and I know that no matter what happens to me in life, I will always have the holy name and my connection with you. I know that as long as I have that, I can handle whatever comes my way. Thank you for accepting me wholeheartedly. Thank you for helping me remember that Krishna is my supreme best friend. And thank you for personally holding my hand and urging me to run back to the embrace of the Supreme. Any good qualities I may have now and any I cultivate in the future are due to your association and guidance. I pray that I can contribute all that I have in the service of you and Srila Prabhupada. I hope that I can offer my life at your lotus feet, dear Gurudev. A life dedicated to your service is a life of success. With a heart overflowing with love, your aspiring servant, Shweta Manjari Dasi.
Thank you so much, Shweta Manjari. And coming up next is from ISV Manjula Kantha Devidasi Mataji. And those of you who agree that she's an excellent cook, please raise your hands. Those of you who know that she's a cleanliness freak, please raise your hands. She spends hours and hours and hours all by herself trying to organize and clean the temple, the nooks and the corners, underneath the table, on the windowsill, everywhere. And one thing that we don't know about her, and which I discovered, is that she is an undercover artist. When I look at Manjul Kantha, one book from Srila Prabhupada comes to my mind, and that is Perfect Questions, Perfect Answers. Over to you, Manjula Kantha.
Hi, Krishna Guru Maharaj, happy birthday. It's an achievement for me to come and sit here and not cry. And I was watching everybody crying, and I was thinking, well, I've come quite far, because there's been a lot of years of crying. But I'm so happy today, and my heart is so full. I'll make it through. Dear Guru Maharaj, Dandvat Pranam, all glories to Srila Prabhupada. Namo Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Preshthaya Bhutale Srimate Vaisesika Dasa Adhikari iti namine. Namaste Prahashashilaya Prabhupada Anusarine Anindita Hridaye Tasye Shastrapatna Chodine. It's been a really wild year, Maharaj. Filled with ideas like, who would have thought? Never expected to see. How did this happen? From a simple issue of virus exposure to a worldwide pandemic, our lives have been completely turned over by these small, invisible jivas who have shown us the power of material nature. While I write this offering, we are still wondering if we will ever return back to normal. Not the old normal, that is no longer possible, but a new one, where we can just feel safer distributing books and visiting the temple and hugging a friend again without the gnawing fear of falling sick. Maharaj, you spent years teaching us the basics of Krishna consciousness, patiently explaining the difficulty of living in the material world, the temporary nature of our lives, and the value of taking to devotional service. This year, we had a chance to experience it in person. Truly, the will of the Lord stands supreme. As we wait, totally dependent on Him for His mercy, we have had a lot of time to reflect and re-examine both our lives and our intentions. This is a year of introspection and renewal, a year to recenter ourselves and find deeper meaning in the truths we have learnt and accepted. With less physical association, things become less focused and clear, and the struggle becomes more real for so many of us. But you stepped in to fill all the gaps and made sure we were all still grounded and secure. We were blessed to have your association for so many months. And you took this as an opportunity to make it available to so many more by opening classes online for larger audiences. What should have been a struggle became a challenge. And as always, you overcame it with ease, making us feel more connected and supported than ever before. Despite all the material setbacks the year brought, your spiritual mission only grew and prospered. Your desire to serve Srila Prabhupada has continued to manifest, impermeable to the changes around you. It modified, altered course, and realigned itself like a heat-seeking missile, focused on its target, the increased distribution of Srila Prabhupada's books. You saw that now was the time to increase the push. In a world struggling with pain and loss and confused by the rapid changes happening around them, these books were needed now more than ever before. Enthused with that thought, you inspired everyone to go where we have never gone before, to do what we thought was not possible: distribute online through video presentations. Empowered is a word that constantly defines you, Guru Maharaj, and your disciples. As your disciples, it is a constant reminder of the power of devoted service to that guiding spiritual light that lifts us up and saves us. You are burning the candle on both ends, giving so much of yourself to keep everyone and everything going. You are running on all cylinders with the fuel of your service and the clear vision of your destination. I pray to the Lord to keep the vehicle of your body always finely tuned and well serviced, so you can keep blazing trails all the way, giving others a path to follow. Your humility and generosity shines in your speech, reminding us to always see the positive in everyone and appreciate even the small efforts, because every effort counts. Your love for your disciples is undeniable, for you take the time to check on every one of us and make us feel so special and important. You care so much for each and every one of us, and it shows. It shines like a ray through the clouds, Gurudev. Having personally experienced your care and love this year, I can only say what makes so much sense to me now. The words from Amazing Grace that resound in my heart when I think of you, my dear Guru Maharaj. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. Was blind, but now I see. I see the Lord's amazing grace in you, Guru Maharaj, begging to be in your eternal service, your grateful and indebted disciple, Manjula Kanta.
Thank you, Manjula Kanta Mataji. Everybody who agrees that Manjula Kanta also sings beautifully, raise your hands. Okay, coming up next is Avantika, and I'm going to welcome her to ISV because she recently left to join college and has been juggling and shuffling her schedules and her classes to make sure that she will somehow or other still continue to keep her service of playing the harmonium. And those of you who don't know, Avantika Mataji is the Cooks for Tonight fame, and she can rattle off all the names, and maybe today also she'll tell us about that. Her name, Avantika, those of you who don't know, is a town in India which has a very special significance. It's a place where Lord Sri Krishna used to take classes from Sandipan Muni. That place is called Avantika. So she's true to that. She's following in the footsteps. She is super, super talented, excellent student, and you are really an example for the youth that we have at ISV. So Avantika, we'd love to hear your offering to Guru Maharaj.
Hare Krishna Maharaj, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to you on your auspicious Vyasa Puja day. Happy birthday. With this era of COVID-19 coupled with my newly adult years, Krishna consciousness is no longer the simple drive to temple programs, sitting with friends and enjoying prasadam as it used to be. Each day, I wake up with new doubts. My shaky hands are slipping off the ropes of devotional service. Yet every time I feel like I'm about to fall, you catch me. You are my personal reminder of someone who made it to the other side, someone who kept on keeping on, someone convincing me that Krishna is real, someone exclaiming, "Guess what? Krishna consciousness actually works." Your gentle yet firm words infuse me with warmth. You comfort me with sweet language because you know my heart is too fragile to face dark reality. You reassure me, we don't need to be a mile above the water, only 1 inch. Your bold strides across the temple in your effulgent white clothing brighten up my day. Your infectious laugh after cracking a joke brings joy to my heart. Your humility and patience in undeserving situations astounds me. Your consistent temple programs are my anchor. Your instructions guide me. Your smile pushes me to go on. You reinforce to me that I don't need to be perfect. After all, I can only attempt to treat myself with the same love and patience that you and Madan Mohan have extended to me. The amount of personal attention and care you've given me throughout my childhood is phenomenal. Eagerly extending your hand, you wave away the doubts in my path, encourage me in all endeavors ranging from writing to music, and lovingly ensure I'm doing all right. I feel safe under your protection and guidance, knowing you will always save me. After all, it isn't always what you know, but who you know. It is my misfortune that I take this all for granted and don't utilize it to my full advantage. I forget the fortune of a pure devotee like you, merely knowing my insignificant name, leave alone personally interacting with me. I'm simply undeserving of all the love you and Nirakula Mataji have given me, and know that lifetimes wouldn't allow me to repay you. I can simply pray that I can remain Dave Dibburn serious in your service. Please eternally include me in your spiritual entourage. I sincerely pray to Sri Sri Radha Madan Mohan to bless you with everlasting happiness, good health, and to keep you in their service. Love, your unworthy servant, Avantika.
Thank you, Avantika. So Radhakipa Prabhu, who's coming next? Gandharvika Mataji, all right. Here we go. So while Gandharvika Mataji is paying her obeisances, I'd like to share that Gandharvika Mataji and I go a long way. And I've just seen her go out of her way to do service, whether it is within the family or outside, or to our dear Guru Maharaj, rushing from office with full juicer intact, purchasing fruits from the way to make juice for Maharaj, and she's got hundreds of recipes. And that's why I call her Juicacharya. Now there's something she shared with me. Gandharvika Mataji, it's okay if I share it here? Okay, I have her permission. So before I go there, one little announcement for those of you who are visiting us from outside. If you are driving here, then if the traffic lights go green, then you stop. And the reason for that is Gandharvika Mataji has 3 traffic violations for jumping the red light. She says that it took her 3 attempts to pass the written test, 7 attempts to pass the vehicle test, and then she still says that don't be scared, there's hope. And she always has hope there, and I see a lot of hope in the spiritual life. She's always saying that. And we are very grateful for all the services you do, and especially for bringing up Priya Kishori Devi Dasi, the darling of ISV, in such a nice way. And I know you did a lot of sacrifices to do that. So thank you for everything that you do, Mataji.
Om Ajnanatimirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshuronmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Dear Vaisesika Prabhu, please accept my humble obeisances at your divine lotus feet. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. In the Chaitanya Charitamrita Madhya Leela, chapter 22, verse 54, the Supreme Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu himself broadcasts the glories of his devotee. Sadhu Sangha Sarva Shastrakaya, Lava Matra Sadhu Sangha Sarva Siddhi Hai. The verdict of all scriptures is that by even a moment's association with a pure devotee, one can attain all success. In his wonderful one-line purport following this verse emphasizes the electrifying potency of a pure devotee. Prabhupada just writes one line. According to astronomical calculations, a lava is 1/11th of a second. 2020 was unlike anything that most of us had ever experienced. Whenever we looked out, we just saw empty streets and darkened buildings filled with dark hearts. Many passed their days in varying degrees of isolation. Worries about health, finances, and plans for the future dominated our thoughts. In that situation, many asked, how can I find God in all these miserable things? Thus, under the dark veil of ignorance, we were rotting away in material life, becoming increasingly more degraded. Through your causeless mercy and your deepest compassion for suffering souls, you lifted that dark veil and revealed that light of transcendental knowledge through your powerful online association. You gave us positive hope. You revealed how Krishna is the irrefutable goal of life. Through your powerful strategic preaching, you challenged our materialistic conceptions and inspired us to become more surrendered to Krishna. You jump-started the spiritual lives of so many people through your innovative programs like Bhakti Community. In every budding devotee, you find some spark, some quality that you engage and expand. You're so expert in fanning those sparks into flames. You're the most expert manager. Although you have such attention to detail in what you do, you set systems in place that will enable many souls to take advantage of Gauranga's mercy. You inspire, empower, and train your disciples so they can assist you in your service to Srila Prabhupada. With your instructions, you surcharge us with a mission that engages our intelligence, mind, and senses. In this way, you give us a connection to devotional service and life experience in Krishna consciousness by your divine and merciful association. Out of your deep concern that we taste the holy name, you always lead us in the japa circle in spite of your tight schedule. We can see by your constant efforts that you do not have a trace of interest in the material world, except for the deliverance of conditioned souls. It is said that a pure devotee treats everyone in such a way that they can ultimately get relief from material entanglements, and this is your program, around the clock. We could feel your roar, keep the vibration going. You have selflessly sacrificed your life for this service to Srila Prabhupada. Although I am swallowed by feeling of unworthiness, somehow I have gotten the great fortune of your association. Actually, great souls themselves are simply searching for the association of exalted devotees like you. King Nimi in Srimad Bhagavatam 11:2-28 says, "O holy sages, I am just trying to find the path of well-being for all living entities. A moment's association with holy men is the most valuable thing in life, for that moment opens the path of advancement in spiritual life. Words cannot express the deepest gratitude I feel for being a recipient of your causeless mercy. Your guidance and prayers from your pure heart, filled with the deepest devotion, helped me overcome all the obstacles with great faith. Prabhu, you're truly an expert at Vaishnava dealings, knowing exactly what to say to soften our aching hearts and inspire us to give more in our service. For this, I am eternally grateful. I pray that the instructions you have so kindly given us become one with my heart, so I can serve you selflessly with sincerity and devotion, assisting you in your service to Srila Prabhupada. With humble prayers for the better health of you and Nirakla Mataji, and with an aspiration to serve the feet of the servants of your servants, with immense gratitude, your servant Gandharvika Radha Devidas.
Thank you so much, Gandharvika Mataji, for the powerful reading. And coming up next is little Partha. That's how I still see Partha, because when I joined ISV, he was so little, tiny tot, but now we see him singing in the temple choir. And he actually goes back a long way. Even when he was 3 or 4 years old, he would pick up any object that looked like this, whether it was a broom or whether it was a stick, he would just put it there and he would sing Krishna Kirtans like that. Partha is very much attached to the dhams. He likes going to the yatras, and every night when he goes to sleep, he puts on some lecture glorifying the dhams. So that's a wonderful way to go to sleep, something that all of us can definitely learn from him. Thank you so much, Parth, for all that you do, and we're going to hear from you.
Hare Krishna Vaisesika Maharaj, Dandavad Pranams. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. I wish you a very happy Vyasa Puja. On this special occasion, I take this opportunity to express my gratitude for all the help in the last uncanny year. I would especially like to thank you for spending over 1.5 hours each week from your precious time to conduct youth jam. I look forward to each youth jam mainly because of Kirtan. I find that youth jam and Kirtan gives me joy and a sense of spiritual bliss, which to be honest, I haven't got much of since the 2020 Gaur Purnima. This Kirtan energizes me, and it is so lively. This also brings me to my next point, which is Jamulus. And I am indebted to you for always looking out for us and encouraging us. Thank you for letting me be a part of Jamulus and bring spiritual bliss into my day. Jamulus is one of the closest things I have gotten to actually being in the temple over a year during the pandemic. The last real program we had before the pandemic was Gaur Purnima 2020. And for a long time, we only had a couple of darshan visits. But the mood of Kirtan and just sitting in a crowded room with over 150 other people listening to your lectures was just not there. Jamulus has even got me some extra special visits to the temple, including Prabhupada Appearance Day and Nityanand Trayodashi. And when I was doing Kirtan around 10 to 15 other people in person, I was having so much fun. When I was there, I was thinking about how lucky I was. All in all, I just wanted to recognize all the efforts you have put in, not only for the last year, but overall, all time for us. I feel very privileged and blessed that I am part of your ISV family. Honestly, I have miles to go in my spiritual endeavors as compared to some of the other ISV kids. I feel with your blessings and teachings, I will progress. I am grateful for your blessings, association, and mercy. Your servant, Parth.
Hare Krishna, sorry. There is some devotees has parked actually in the word market. And it is actually, lot is completely full and they're complaining because they have been nice enough to let us park to some extent, but somehow we are taking liberty to fill their spot. Now their business is impacted. So please, if you could remove at least half of your car so that they can continue with their business. Otherwise, they have to tow our car. Word Market Complex on the El Camino and Escuela. Sorry about that.
So, Vilasini is with the daughter. Okay, yeah. So I'd like to welcome Atulya Harinam Das Prabhu. He's traveled all the way from Delaware with his wife Vilasini Radhe and the little daughter. The plane had some technical glitches last night, and because of that, they landed past midnight. So they have a cranky child with them. Atulya Harinam Prabhu hails from Orissa. And in India, where he was very much engaged in devotional service there. And when his aunt, who is also his Vardhaman Pradaksha Guru, who showed him the way to devotional service, she used to take him to ISKCON temples. And for no reason, he would just cry that, I want the Prabhupada book, I want a Prabhupada book, although he didn't know what those books were. So from that young age, he has been so much attached to that. And Vilasini Radhe Mataji, when she was carrying the little daughter, she read the Srimad Bhagavatam aloud, all the chapters aloud as long as the baby was born. So it's coming from a fantastic background, Atulya Harinam Prabhu. So happy to have you here. We're really grateful that you made that trek all the way from there with the little baby to attend the Vyasa Puja of your spiritual master. So please offer.
नमो विष्णुपादाय कृष्णपृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते वैशेषिकदास अधिकारी इति नामिने नमः प्रहर्षशीलाय प्रभुपाद अनुसारिणे अनिंदित हृदय तस्मै शास्त्र भजन चोदिने. Dear Guru Maharaj, happy Appearance Day. Today our hearts are overflooded with joy and are bursting like a puspanjali at your lotus feet. You have built a strong and capable boat to cross over this material existence following the route of Sri Krishna Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, the transcendental process of Harinam Sankirtana. But we are struggling behind this boat. Our hands clasp the rope of your mercy, but repeatedly we are being submerged in the ocean of mental concoction and material desires. When we hear your loud kirtan and sublime instruction over the crashing of waves, we emerge from the water and take a deep breath. We find the strength to pull ourselves up the rope towards you. O our dear foolish minds, the path of bhakti is not troublesome as you have been accustomed to experience in this material existence. O our dear minds, your search of love and happiness has made its fruitful end. O our misguided minds, struggling against yourself in futile, just see your foolishness. We beseech our minds to kindly stay afloat in this confidentiality. Bhaja hure mana Shri Nandana Nandana Abhay Charanara Bindare. We know this Abhay is found only under your lotus feet, Guru Maharaj. O our spiritual master, your mercy is a limitless rope that somehow keeps coming before us even though we are undeserving. This is truly astonishing. Whenever we slip off, the rope of your mercy appears before us again and again. All glories to you, Gurudev. Your insignificant servants Vilashini Radha Devidasi, Nadia Gaur Priya, Atulya Harinandas.
So coming up next are Jai Madhav Prabhu and Pavni Bhakti Devidasi Mataji. Give them a round of applause. A round of applause to what I would call as the ISV couple. You have to just see and look into the lives to see how a couple, a grihasthas, can dedicate their whole life, including their children, into the service of the spiritual master. It's amazing, and especially Jai Madhav Prabhu. I remember many years ago, Maharaj, like almost 10 years ago, Maharaj was talking about establishing a bhakti habitat. And so it's so nice to see that all that is materializing thanks to the efforts of both of you. So eternally grateful for fulfilling the desire of our spiritual master. Thank you so much for this.
Dear Guru Maharaj, please accept our most humble obeisances. All glory to Sri Prabhupada. Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Peshtaya Bhutale Srimati Vaisesika Adhikari iti namine Nama Prashashilaya Prabhupada Anusarine Anindita Hridaya Tasme Shastra Bhajana Chodine. Last year, you launched Bhakti Community to introduce Krishna consciousness to newcomers. In the Bhakti Circle program, one of the icebreaker questions was, what is the one thing that you would like to improve? You shared that you would like to improve your gardening skills. You frequently say that the best fertilizer is the gardener's shadow. Since the launch of Bhakti Community, you have showered unlimited love and care, the best fertilizer on all the Bhakti Community newcomers, inspiring them to make progress on the path of Bhakti. On behalf of Bhakti Community, we would like to offer a video as a small token of love and gratitude for your causeless mercy.
Hi Vaish, happy birthday.
Hare Krishna, Vaisesika Prabhu, wish you happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Vaisesika Prabhu.
On your birthday, I can only wish all the good things for you.
Hare Krishna, dear Vaisesika Prabhu, happy birthday.
Hare Krishna, have a very, very, very nice year. Happy birthday.
Hi Vaish, this is Chuck. Just wanted to wish you a happy birthday. I hope it's a great day.
Hi Vaisesika, happy birthday.
Hello Vaisesika, happy birthday.
Hare Krishna, Vaisesika Prabhu. You are very, very dear to my heart, and I really wish you the very best today and every single day, that you are energized.
Thank you so much for all that you do for all of us all the time, the wisdom that you impart.
Thank you for everything that you've done for me. Just by me attending your classes throughout the last year, and I'm so glad I have had the pleasure of getting your association.
One thing that stands out for me is the way you use the words that you use. I know that you mentioned this, that the tongue is the gateway to a greater spiritual success. I like how your words are well thought through and carefully chosen.
Remember back to before the pandemic, you came to the Stanford Bhakti Yoga Club, and I think under an event, something along the lines of turning your transponder on. And I just really appreciated both your spirit and also the ability to create some modern analogies and kind of culturally relevant metaphors.
I feel super blessed and fortunate to hear your thoughtful words and to gain from your and benefit from your insights and the many thoughtful things you talk about, from cosmic sensitivity training to living to be corrected.
Thank you from deep in my heart for your association on the classes at Bhakti Community. Your classes are so practical, the way that you deliver them is so clear, so uplifting. And I loved what you said about, you can have the Maha Mantra playing in any room in the house, and it's encouraged me and helped me to hear the Maha Mantra more in my daily life, so I thank you.
The feeling of coming out of your any classes with you is one of lightness, of joy, of so much feeling of elevation and love and lightness, of hope for the future.
Personally, I'd like to thank you for creating such a safe area for us to learn and grow in Bhakti Yoga.
Bhakti Circle is a very sacred time for both of us. I want to say thank you for not only inspiring us with your words and leading by example, but also how you are able to receive us with such an open heart, which has allowed our hearts to open even more.
It's a very special time for me as well. I remember meeting you about 2 years ago today on the Stanford's campus in fall 2019. So thank you so much for all that you've shared.
Once I was in ISKCON Silicon Valley during the morning Arti ceremony when the congregation has been presented the deities. Standing from the back, I remember that you were up front, and that was such a humbling and unforgettable experience, because at this particular moment I realized that we have nothing really to offer to God, yet you offered what you had at this moment of time, those who you led, and I thank you for this. By your mercy, we have opportunity to witness such moments.
It was thanks to Dan that I first discovered your podcast on Apple. He told me about you and he lit up. He's already a lit up person, but when I saw him in India, he just shared about you with such enthusiasm and excitement. I was very excited to listen to the podcast.
Overall, I can only say I am very grateful for all the teachings that I've heard from you, Thank you, and thank you again.
I wish you the best of birthdays, and I look forward to or hope that I can associate you for many, many years to come.
I am so grateful to you, and I wish you all of Krishna's abundance and opulences just all the time. So on this day of your birthday, I hope that you have a day that's filled with Krishna.
I wish you a year with a lot of inspiration, many things to share with all of us. Thank you so much for giving us this opportunity to meet you, to know more, and to learn from you.
And thank you so much for all what you are doing. You are encouraging us and so many people. Thank you so much.
I wish your body to stay strong and healthy, so it never fails to support your spirit soul on a mission to inspire others to step on the path of bhakti.
Happy birthday here, Prema.
I'm Premi.
Bye bye. Hare Krishna.
Thank you and happy birthday. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Happy birthday.
Hare Krishna, and
Have a wonderful happy birthday. Haribo!
And as you would say, keep the transcendental vibration going. Haribo!
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Haribo.
Haribo.
So this was a short version of the video. The longer version will be shared later today. So thank you very much for allowing Pavani and I to witness miracles every day while serving at Bhakti Community. We pray to Shri Shri Radha Madan Mohan, Shri Shri Lakshmi Narsimhadev and Shriman Mahaprabhu to give you a long and healthy life so that you can inspire every living entity and please Srila Prabhupada. With deepest gratitude on behalf of Bhakti Community, your insignificant servants, Pavani Bhakti Devidasi and Jai Madhav Das.
Thank you so much, Madhav Prabhu. Thank you so much, Pavani Bhakti Mataji. It was so satisfying to watch that video and to see your dreams materialize, Maharaj, there. Let's give a happy birthday, Haribol. So coming up next is a presentation by our Vedic Academy. And the Vedic Academy is the only academy in this world which accepts students who are not even born. So it's a big academy. We saw it grow from 10 students to now it's more than 100. But a very small section of the Vedic Academy is going to come and present, but they will do that after the break so that we'll have a time to line up the singers here. So we have a 10-minute break now, and so please come back again and join us there.
Jai! Is there a break now? Yeah. माता जी ऑर्डर बता देना आपको बताना भी सबको किस ऑर्डर में बाकी सब लोग Hare Krishna. The order is Vedic Academy, Sankirtan, SKP Prabhu. Then Hari Sankirtan Prabhu, then Little Krishna's Kid video, Youth Jam Ram, Bhakt Batsal Prabhu, then Jagrani Mataji, Kanika Mataji, Akrunath Prabhu, Satyadev Prabhu, Mahaguna Mataji, Nirukula Mataji. Hare Krishna.
Yeah, my chunni is stuck in the harmonium. 1 second. Come a little ahead. You know one thing, right? Yeah, Ariba, don't sit together. One sit on the other side. But Madhuri, we need to coordinate. What? We need to coordinate. What is the plan? We can see each other, right? We can help. Madhuri, Yeah, we can share it. Yeah, put it a little lower. That's good. Can you put it a little closer here? Around your dress. Turn it off, turn it off.
सद्धर्म संस्थापकं लोकानां हितकारिणं त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरण्याकरं नानाशास्त्रविचारणं कनिपुनं सद्धर्म संस्थापकं लोकानां हितकारिणं त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरणाकरं राधा कृष्ण पदारविन्द भजनानन्देन मत्वालिकं वन्दे रूप सनातनं रघुजुगं श्रीजीव गोपालकं कृष्ण कीर्तन गान नर्तन परं प्रेमामृतं वनिधि श्री चैतन्य कृपाभनो भुवि भुव भारावहन्तारकम् वन्दे रूप सनातनं रघुजुगं श्रीजीव गोपालकं श्रीगौराङ्ग गुणानुगणन विधौ सध्यासमिद्धान्वितं पापत्रापनिकन्तनं तनुभृतां गोविन्द गानामृतैः श्री गौरांग गुणानुवर्णन विधौ सध्यासमिद्धान्वितं पापत्रापनिकिन्तनं तनुभृतां गोविन्द गानामृतैः आनन्दाम्बुधिवर्धनैकनिपुणं कैवल्यनिस्वार्थं वन्दे रूप सनातनं रघुजुगं श्रीजीव गोपालकं कृष्ण कीर्तन गान नर्तन परं प्रेमामृतं वनिधि तत्त्वातो नमस्ते समण्डलपति शनि सदा तुच्छम भूत्वा दीनगणेशकं करुणया कोऽपि न कण्ठाश्रितौ तत्त्वातो नमस्ते समण्डलपति शनि सदा तुच्छव भूत्वा दीनगणेशकं करुणया कोऽपि न कण्ठाश्रितौ गोपी भावरसामृताभिलहरी कल्लोलमग्नोन्मुहो वन्दे रूप सनातन रघुजुगं श्रीजीव गोपालकौ कृष्ण कीर्तन कानन तन परं प्रेमामृतं वनिधि कृष्ण कीर्तन गान तन परं प्रेमामृतं वनिधि कुजत कोकिलहंस सारसगण कीर्णमयूराकुले नानारत्ननिबद्धमूलपिटप श्रीयुक्त वृंदावने राधा कृष्ण महन्निसं प्रभजतौ जीवार्थदौ जौ बुधा वन्दे रूप सनातन रघुजग श्रीजीव गोपालक कृष्ण कीर्तन गान नर्तन परौ प्रेमामृताम्बनिधि धीरा धीर जन प्रिय प्रियकरौ निर्मत्सरौ पूजितौ शङ्खापूर्वक नामगाननतिभिः कालावसानिकृतं निद्राहार विहारकादिविदितं चत्तन्तौ दीनौ च जौ शङ्खापूर्वक नामगाननतिभिः कालावसानिकृतं निद्राहार विहारकादिविदितं चत्तन्तौ दीनौ च जौ गोपी भावरसामृता दिलहरी कल्लोलमग्नौ नमो वन्दे रूप सनातन रघुयुग श्रीजीव गोपालक कृष्ण कीर्तन गान नर्तन परौ प्रेमामृताम्बनिधि
Happy birthday.
कीर्तन गान नर्तन परौ
Shika Das.
राधा पुण्यतटे कलिन्नतनया तीरे च वंशी बटे प्रेमन्माधव सादशे सदशया ग्रस्तौ प्रमत्तौ सदा राधा पुण्यतटे कलिन्नतनया तीरे च वंशी बटे प्रेमन्माधव सादशे सदशया ग्रस्तौ प्रमत्तौ सदा राधा कृष्ण गुणस्मिते मधुरिमा नन्देन मोहितौ वन्दे रूप सनातन रघुयुगं श्रीजीव गोपालक कृष्ण कीर्तन गान नर्तन परौ प्रेमामृताम्बनिधि धीरा धीर जन प्रियौ प्रियकरौ निर्मत्सरौ पूजितौ श्री चैतन्य कृपा भरौ भुवि भुव भारावहन्तारकौ वन्दे रूप सनातन रघुजगौ श्रीजीव गोपालकौ हे राधे ब्रज देवी के चललिते हे नंद सुनकुतः श्री गोवर्धन पादपतले कालिन्दीवने कुतः घोषन्ताविति सर्वतो ब्रजपुरे खेदै महाविभलौ वन्दे रूप सनातन रघुजगं श्रीजीव गोपालकौ श्रीजीव गोपाल को कृष्ण कीर्तन गानन तन पर प्रेमामृतांबनी धीराधीर जन प्रिय प्रिय कन नीम सजो पूजित कृष्ण कीर्तन गानन तन पर Krishna Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram
Is she going to introduce us?
Hare Krishna, everybody. The students from Vedic Academy, the Kaishora kids, are actually going to sing Gurudev Kripa Bindu Diya. And those of you who will be able to follow it on KK Songs, you can use your phones, or it'll be, actually up in the projection on the back of yours. Sorry about that.
Krishna
one more time. Thank you so much, Vedic Academy, teachers, students, principal, for this beautiful musical melody. When we come to the temple, there are a couple of things that we do. We come, we have darshan of the deities, we listen to lectures, and then we have prasadam. Those are at least the three things that I do. But and they seem to happen seamlessly. So how does that happen? So we're going to invite Hari Sankirtan Das Prabhu to tell us what goes on behind the scenes over here. Please give a applause and a welcome to Hari Sankirtan today.
Hare Krishna Prabhuji, wishing a very happy Appearance Day celebrations. Thank you. On behalf of ISP departments, I will just read the offering of what we have been doing throughout the year. Dear Vaisesika Prabhu, please accept our humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. On this occasion of the celebration of your Divine Appearance Day, ISP family takes this opportunity to wish you a very happy Appearance Day. 2021 started off as a continuation of 2020, and the pandemic forced us to be deprived of many services and association. But it also ensured that devotees continued to get your virtual association every week, which has not happened for a long time due to your hectic travel schedule. With the temple getting reopened for the past couple of months, devotees are happy to gather in the temple and attend the programs in person, take darshan of the deities, and resume their regular services. We pray that we all realize what we had missed and take every single opportunity for the devotional service that comes our way. Book distribution continues to grow, and so does the trend of setting records for every festival. Last year, we remitted $670,000 to BBT, surpassing all North American temples by a big margin. Devotees continued with the calling party program and distributed lots of books. Traveling Sankirtan party consisting of a few devotees traveled to various national parks and made Srila Prabhupada's books available to everyone. With everything being open, devotees are back to their favorite door-to-door book distribution and have started giving the mercy of Srimad Bhagavatam to one and all. This year, we had a huge goal of 2000 Srimad Bhagavatams by Bhadra Purnima, which was also met. We pray to Lordships that we can not only get sponsorships, but are able to distribute this to the people who are bereft of this knowledge. San Francisco preaching is going on steadily, and they are looking at avenues to expand and create a full-fledged center. Bhakti Lounge team has restarted their programs with kirtans in the park, and slowly we expect this to go back to its regular schedule. Bhakti community is doing well, and we are getting a lot of contacts to expand this program. We pray that this program continues to be successful and it helps in getting a lot of souls on their journey back to Godhead. We were able to do our first Harinam after 1.5 years, and it was a great success. We pray that this program expands to have multiple Harinams in various cities so that more people in the Bay Area can get the mercy of Harinam. DT service was primarily done by Ramananda Prabhu and helped by Hansapriya Mataji. It was a very strong dedication on his part to ensure that we don't lower our standards. We are now able to open up the services to the devotees. We pray that more and more devotees take up to this service so that we can continue maintaining the high level of standards that is required for this service. Garland team was also deprived of their seva, and the deities were offered garlands only on Sundays and festival days. Have this being open to, the deities are getting fresh garlands every day now, and the team is very excited to get back to this service. Festival organization team led by Hansapriya Mataji organized all the temple visits for the congregation, taking care of registrations, greeting visitors, checking their temperature, and also ensuring crowd control and distributing prasadam and cleaning the temple. We had Her Grace Nirukula Mataji herself standing and serving prasadam on many Sundays. Devotees were happy just to be back at the temple, even for a few minutes. We are very grateful to this team for organizing everything so smoothly. 2020 was the first time we didn't celebrate Janmashtami on a grand scale. And we pray that we can make 2021 celebrations to be grand and safe. And to just add that we had a very nice festival, and I hope that everybody was able to enjoy that coming and serving the Lordships here. We are back to preparing Sunday feast, although it's primarily still to go, which is slowly changing now. Sunday cooking teams have been challenged and have come up with a wonderful menu that would meet the standards of tasty prasadam, at the same time making it easy to serve and carry. We are grateful to all the cooks who prepared Mangalartika Bhoga, Raj Bhoga and Sandhya Bhoga during this pandemic. Vedic Academy conducted its entire Sunday school and events online. The devotee teachers overcame various challenges to make the program interesting and exciting so that the kids don't lose focus. Many of the teachers also became tech savvy and came up with great presentations for the annual events. Bhagavad Seva project, which is an extension of Vedic Academy, combined with book distribution, is doing great. Already an online program, they have been able to expand their wings during the pandemic using the infrastructure already developed and the great contribution by various devotees who have come forward to teach Krishna consciousness to kids. Bhakti Shwasti program at ISP has completed 12 years in August 2021. In those 12 years, they completed 5 batches and more than 250 graduated with Bhakti Shastri degree. In Bhakti Vaibhav, the first batch completed the reading of 6 cantos and are presently completing the formalities. The second batch, which has 11 students, has started a 6th canto and are going steady. The third batch also has started the first canto. We are very grateful to Srivas Pandit Prabhu, who has held this board steady single-handedly. We are thankful to all the devotees who provide admin support to make this program a great success. There are various other teams that do service which are behind the scenes. We are grateful to all of them for the services that they do, and I apologize if I couldn't name them here. We thank you for the care and affection that you shower on us. Just by looking at your lotus feet, we are rejuvenated. We pray to the Lordships, Shri Radha Madan Mohan, Shriman Mahaprabhu, and Shri Lakshmi Narsimadev to provide you with a long and healthy life so that you can continue to influence the lives of us and others and inspire more and more people to take up Krishna consciousness. With lots of love and gratitude, your humble servants at ISP. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much, Hari Sankirtan Prabhu. So coming up next is Shri Krishna Purushottam Prabhu. And so in these days of COVID, there were different industries that were affected in different ways. For example, some flourished, like the mask company, like the glove makers, and then some perished, like the restaurants and the mom and pop shops. How did the ISKCON Silicon Valley Sankirtan team do? If you want to know that, then we have to hear from the horse's mouth or maybe the cow's mouth. I don't know. Go ahead, let's give you Prabhu.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Vaisesika Prabhu. Happy appearance. Dear Vaisesika Prabhu, please accept our humble obeisances at the dust of your lotus feet. All glories to your beloved spiritual master Srila Prabhupada. All glories to your divine grace. In Srimad Bhagavatam 4:20-25, Prithu Maharaj glorifies the Supreme Lord, and he mentions that he does not need any other benediction but the opportunity to hear from the mouth of a pure devotee. Srila Prabhupada writes in the commentary, a pure devotee always engages in the service of the Lord, taking shelter of his lotus feet. He has direct connection with the saffron mercy particles that are over the lotus feet of the Lord. Although when a pure devotee speaks, the articulation of his voice may resemble the sound of his material sky, the voice is spiritually very powerful because it touches the particles of the saffron dust of the lotus feet of the Lord. As soon as a sleeping living entity hears the powerful voice emanating from the mouth of a pure devotee, he immediately remembers his eternal relationship with the Lord, although until that moment he had forgotten everything. We are very grateful for the opportunity to associate with your powerful voice here at ISV programs, Global Sankirtan calls, and also at the Bhakti community programs to remind us our eternal relationship with the Supreme Lord. We would like to attempt to glorify a few of your transcendental qualities. This year, during calling parties, Sankirtan devotees worked so hard to collect contacts. In 100 contacts answered the phone, even though who answered the phone, despite of the devotees' best efforts, hardly one took a set. It was quite the opposite this Bhadra Purnima. We are receiving phone calls from random people, mostly Westerns. When we answered the phone, the very first thing they would say, "Is this a place where I can donate for Srimad Bhagavatam?" Apparently, it's an auspicious day today. It was not just one person, but more than 50 people called with the same inquiry. How is this possible, one may think. Srimad Bhagavatam 11:2-30, Maharaj Nimi says to Nava Yogendra, translation by Srila Prabhupada, "Therefore, O completely sinless one, I ask you to tell me what the supreme good is. After all, even half a moment of association with a pure devotee with this world of birth and death is a priceless treasure for any man." Purport: the material conditioned souls spend their days and nights discussing various topics of the sense gratification. They never find time to hear about the transcendental knowledge. But even if you only briefly or accidentally they hear Hari Katha in the association of a pure devotee of the Lord, their propensity to suffer in material existence will slacken. When one sees the liberated persons, hears about Krishna from them, remembers their saintly behavior and so on, one's tendency to bind himself in the illusion of sense gratification is diminished and he becomes eager to serve the Supreme Lord. We saw a practical demonstration of this verse when you went on the Wisdom of Sages podcast. You mentioned that our operators are standing by, ready to take in calls. When the listeners heard you, they called the great eagerness to donate a set. We got 53 sponsorships just that day. This Bhadra Purnima, Team ISV set a lofty and almost crazy goal of distributing at least 2,000 Bhagavatam sets. You spent many sleepless nights thinking about how we can achieve this goal. Your Grama Vidya Dan video melted devotees' hearts. With the coordination of NAFTA and His Holiness Bhakti Raghava Swami village programs, we are able to distribute hundreds of Srimad Bhagavatam sets in the villages in India. This Janmashtami, you expertly convinced His Holiness Giriraj Maharaj to make a declaration that Team ISV can smash this goal. Team ISV smashed the goal by distributing 2,586 Srimad Bhagavatam sets. You are deliberate in your thoughts and decisions, but you never push them onto us. This reminds us Srimad Bhagavatam 4:21-21 purport when Srila Prabhupada writes, Prithu Maharaj did not, however, present himself as a royal authority, empowered to command everyone, for he wanted to present his statement in a humble submission before the assembly of a great sages of a saintly persons. As a great king of the entire world, he could have given them orders, but he was so humble, meek, and honest, and he presented his statement for approval in order to clarify his mature decisions. When the impediments comes, you say that you are opportunities for growth. We approach you with the many problems and you ask on the scale of 1 to 10, how big is the problem? Then you ask for the possible solutions and in the end you say a prayer. This is a perfect way to approach any impediment. Our dear Nirkula Mataji is a perfect example of a devotee who has mastered the art of serving unconditionally. You both are teaching by example to imbibe the qualities of great souls. As His Grace Mahatma Prabhu mentioned, there is no fun is doing something possible, but there is a lot of fun doing something impossible. In your journey of accomplishing this impossible for Srila Prabhupada, please consider this insignificant team ISV to be on your team. On this most auspicious day, we pray to the lotus feet of Srila Prabhupada, Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Sri Radha Madan Mohan, Sri Lakshmi Narsinghadev to give you and our dear Nirkula Mataji good health and unlimited resources in your service to Srila Prabhupada. With immense gratitude on behalf of ISV Sankirtan team, Sri Krishna Purushottam and Malini Mataji. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much, Sri Krishna Purushottam Prabhu and Malini Mataji. I'm sure she's helping somewhere in the kitchen for the phenomenal job that you do leading the ISV Sankirtan team. And I, by the way, learned book distribution from SKP Prabhu. Thank you so much for that. Coming back to ISKCON of Silicon Valley and what we do and what our motto here is. Our motto is to catch them young. And this is what the Little Krishna's Kids team does under the leadership of Anand Vrindavan Mataji. She's hiding over there. And of course, her teachers who are equally inspired by the guidance of Vaisesika Prabhu. And so the kids have put together, the teachers and the kids have put together a little offering for you, Maharaj. And so we'll request our communication room to broadcast here, please. Thank you.
Hare Krishna Prabhuji, please extend my humble obeisances on this auspicious day of your divine appearance. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. I would like to take this opportunity to thank you and Nirkula Mataji for all the inspiration and encouragement to Little Krishna Kids Enrichment Program for over a decade. And it would not have been possible to preach so many kids and families all over the Bay Area and beyond without your blessings and prayers. Thank you so much for everything. Wish you a very happy Vyasa Puja. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna Vaisesika Prabhu. Wishing you a very happy appearance day. Today I wish you as a teacher from Little Krishna Kids, the outreach program. And I'm just wanting to tell you that how grateful I have been to be involved in this service along with Ananda Mataji to reach out to so many different people who do not come to the temple regularly. I am just wanting to express my gratitude for your unconditional support and encouragement for this program. Thank you so much. Wishing you again a very, very happy birthday.
Hare Krishna Vaisesika Prabhu. On behalf of Little Krishna Kids, we wish you a very, very happy Krishna conscious birthday. Teaching little kids has been an enriching experience and has helped me in my spiritual progress. Thank you for giving me an opportunity and inspiring us to serve. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, dear Vaisesika Prabhu, wishing a very happy Vyasa Puja day. With your support, blessings and guidance, we are able to teach Little Krishna Kids classes for different age groups and we are able to encourage them and their families to visit our ISV temple. Please all wish our dear blessings on us so that we can continue and improve our sadhana.
Hare Krishna Vaisesika Prabhu, all glories to Srila Prabhupada. Wish you a very happy Vyasa Puja. Thank you for inspiring and guiding. We are so fortunate to have your association. Please bless us and keep us under your shelter always. Hare Krishna.
Krishna Vaisesika Prabhuji, please accept my humble obeisances unto your lotus feet. All glories to Srila Prabhupada, all glories unto you, dear Vaisesika Prabhuji. Thank you very, very much for all the wonderful lectures that you have given. You make the Srimad Bhagavatam, Bhagavad Gita and all Srila Prabhupada books come alive. Your kirtans are so heart-melting, especially Nachre Amar Man. Thank you, Maharaj, for teaching us by your example how to please Srila Prabhupada. Thank you very much.
Vanchakalpatarubhascha Kripasindhuvaiva cha Patitanang Pavnibhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. Hare Krishna Maharaj, Dandavat Pranam. Happy Vyasa Puja from Little Krishna Kids. Please bless us.
Hare Krishna, dear Vaisesika Prabhuji. Wish you a happy Vyasa Puja. Thank you for your inspiration to teach Krishna consciousness to small kids. Please bless us so that we can teach them the best way possible. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna to you. Hare Krishna to you. Hare Krishna, Vaisesika Prabhuji. Hare Krishna to you. Hari Bol.
If you felt left out, you can also say Hare Krishna. A big thank you to Little Krishna's Kids and Anand Vrindavan Mataji especially for putting this together. I'd like to introduce you all to Bhakta Balram, who is 17. He just turned 17 a month ago, and he is in Atlanta these days, where he is pursuing a program to obtain his PhD. Can you believe it? Yeah, let's give him a round of applause for that. The fact that he was there just a month ago and then he flew back to participate in the Vyasa Puja celebrations of his spiritual master, they speak volumes of the clarity of thoughts that he has and the priorities that Balram has. So thank you so much, Guru Maharaj, for inspiring the youth. And so I'll invite Balram to tell us about the Youth Jam, right? Okay, let's have a report on the famous there. Over to you. Go ahead.
Sorry, Madhuri.
Go ahead. Go ahead, read it.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. Hare Krishna Maharaj. Dear Vaisesika Prabhu, please accept our humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to you on your auspicious Vyasa Puja day. For years before the pandemic, after the Sunday feast program, the youth would huddle together in the Krishna room, reading from shloka folders and passing handheld microphones around. Yet last March, everything changed. We faced unforeseen circumstances. The whole world turned upside down. After regular daily interactions, our lives became enclosed within our rooms. But amidst the uncertainty, you inspired us to kickstart Youth Jam virtually. Under your guidance, our small group would sing kirtan, chant shlokas, and share reflections, slowly developing into a group driven to learn about Krishna consciousness. We had you at the helm, teaching us the ways of devotional service. After one of the programs, a devotee requested us to open the Zoom room to other youths across the nation. We all came together and coordinated a team effort to export Youth Jam to more Krishna-conscious children. It was only because of your empowering vision that Youth Jam expanded. Despite your busy schedule and continuous meetings, you make Youth Jam your priority. Every week, you show up with the biggest, brightest smile. You radiate your genuine care for each one of us by inquiring about our welfare. We can say with full confidence that you are our anchor in a world full of dangerous circumstances. You bring us hope, knowledge, support, and the strength to tackle our difficulties. You engage us in deep Shastric study. At the same time, you teach us vocabulary and etymology. You guide us in our devotional practice while also advising us in our interactions with the material world. You perfectly showcase the teachings of the Sri Ishopanishad that one should learn the process of transcendental knowledge and nescience side by side. From the very beginning, you desired to make an impact in the world. You desired to empower the youth and nurture them in Krishna consciousness. You desired to unite the youth of ISKCON to advance the movement of Srila Prabhupada. By your mercy, we are achieving your vision. You touch the heart of every single person who attends UTM and inspire many devotees to gain conviction in their spiritual lives. Your presence in our lives is unparalleled and priceless. The impact you have on us is indescribable. Through your attention and care, you nurture us all into well-rounded individuals. On behalf of UTM, we thank you for sustaining us spiritually during such a turbulent period in our lives, and we seek your blessings and prayers for our continued success. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Balram. So now I'd like to request Bhakt Vatsal Das Prabhu to come and say something. Did you want?
Got it. Thank you. It's very short. How old are you now? Hare Krishna, Vaisesika Prabhu. All glories to Srila Prabhupada and all glories to your dedicated service to him over these years. Dear Vaisesika Prabhu, it's hard to believe that it's been 24 years since ISV was incorporated in San Jose. We've had some very humbling beginnings that have expanded into our current temple of worship. We outgrew this building only days after opening. I think it's all your fault. But allow me to capture a few moments because my time up here is limited. Instead, I'll fast forward to today. We here to honor and worship you as an initiating guru and temple president. Your disciples are spread all over the world. A diverse congregation of devotees, all attached to your lotus feet, and your mission to spread Srila Prabhupada's movement through the distribution of books. A feat you have dedicated your life to, and thus have made ISV famous all over the world. It's hard sitting here. Fat. As kitchen manager, you have trusted me to implement standards set forth by His Divine Grace Srila Prabhupada, a service near and dear to my heart, and I'm sadly separating from in this very short time. Can I have some tissues? I'll be the first guy to cry. But I leave here in the trusted hands of competent. I leave here in the trusted and competent hands of. I don't think so. It's the microphone that's okay. I'll start all over. I'm kidding. As kitchen manager, you have trusted me to implement standards set forth by His Divine Grace Srila Prabhupada, a service near and dear to my heart, and I am sadly separating from in a very short time. But I leave it entrusted into competent hands of several qualified devotees who are serious about pleasing their lordships and yourself. So, if I could just take a second to see, Manjula Kanta, please raise your hand. Is Siddhikata's in the kitchen? There's Siddhikata, everybody. Is Sean Bhakta in the house? He's in the kitchen, obviously. Yashoda Kripa Prabhu, is he here? No, I don't see him. And I just saw Krishna Katar Prabhu running around on the side there. He's going to be taking over the job of shopping the Bhoga for the devotees for the Sunday feast. So you got a great team of people to pick up the slack that I left behind. I will certainly keep an eye on things like a proud parent that sends kids away to college but cannot express how difficult it will be. You've created a strong group of dedicated devotees. I love you. You've created a strong group of devotees dedicated to the standards as best they can impart. Please accept my offering as a sincere gratitude for your friendship, instructions, and encouragement. As you know, this has been a tough year for me, and leaving ISV is the penultimate act here with you. As saying goes, you can't keep what you have unless you give it away. That is why I say penultimate. What would Vaisesika do is my new motto, or as I call it, advice. One more sentence. I sincerely and humbly ask for all your forgiveness for all the offenses and disturbances I have caused. Your pal and humble servant, Bhaktivatsal Das.
So Bhaktvatsal Prabhu always tells me that if I introduce him, he will cry. So this time I didn't. You can't blame it on me. But thank you so much for your deeply heartfelt offering to Guru Maharaj. And so now we are coming to a section of today's program where it actually started with His Holiness Giriraj Swami Maharaj, where Guru Maharaj, your God siblings like to say something about you. And one of the things that I would say to the audience here is that as we watch and we hear the various God brothers of Vaisesika Prabhu talk about him and glorify him, the love will be palpitable. And this is something that we need to learn on how God siblings should live. And so we will have a few video clips. Actually, your God siblings from Canada send their love into video clips. And so I'll ask Ramananda Sakha Prabhu and his crew to bring those up. And yeah.
Hare Krishna to you. Hare Krishna to you, Hare Rama to you, Hare Krishna, Hare Rama, my dear Vaisesika Prabhu. Hare Krishna to you. You are outstanding and upstanding, and thank you for inspiring so many devotees around the world, and we really appreciate it. You are very inspiring to a lot of people, and we're sorry to miss you in the sense of not being able to come to visit us here in zone number 1 in the North Country, but we'll get over that. and will just continue to bless us from afar, and everything will be okay. You know, I think our devotees are doing good. We are expanding in many ways, and you know, if you have some ideas how we can do better, please let us know. Any seva from my side, please. Hare Krishna. Prabhupada ki.
Let's give a rounding applause to His Holiness Bhakti Marg Swami Maharaj, the walking monk. And there's one more offering coming. Do we have that ready? From Dharm Pran Prabhu, who is the Sankirtan warrior from Canada. From across the borders, good wishes are coming your way. It's always so heartening to know that.
Happy birthday, Prabhu. Shika Das. But, you know, I have to, stroke. I can't speak, but the birthday was fantastic, and the gifts good. I can't wait. Okay, and Hare Krishna.
Short and sweet. Thank you so much, Dharm Pran Prabhu. And then we have a few more of your God siblings. I know Jagrini Mataji, Kanka Mataji, and Satyadev Prabhu also wanted to share some of their thoughts. So who would like to come first here? See, that's what I said. I love this. I'd like to request everybody to move up a little front because there are people standing outside. 76 inches, please.
Vaisesika Prabhu, do you have any advice for me? That's the first time to hear that. One time, Vaisesika Prabhu and I were traveling in Japan. We traveled every year for about 15 or 16 years. And we went to this one train station, and they had these gigantic seats, kind of like these. And his feet touched the ground and mine didn't. Remember that? Nagano. I didn't prepare anything to say today. I just wanted to speak spontaneously from the heart. And I just want to say that as I was listening to all the offerings today, each one was so individual and heartfelt, and just recognizing all your wonderful qualities, and I was just thinking, yep, that's true. Yep, that's true. That's true. And I've had ups and downs in Krishna consciousness for so many years, and there was a real down period for me, and after Srila Prabhupada left. And in the end of the 80s and the early 90s, I was in the outer orbits. I was like a comet that came by the Earth and was no longer in the orbit. And then by Krishna's grace, by Prabhupada's grace, in 1996, somehow or other, Krishna brought me and Vaisesika Prabhu together, and He's kept me in the orbit of Krishna consciousness ever since, and I'm forever indebted. And you're my rock that keeps me going. And I just want to tell you how much I love you and appreciate you and admire you, and I'm grateful to you for all that you do. And my prayer is is that your divine mission be fulfilled beyond what even you can imagine.
Thank you so much, Satyadev Prabhu. Kanka Mataji. Krishna, Krishna, Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Vaisesika Prabhu. There's that prayer, Bhaktivinoda Thakur, that says it's very rare to get a human form of life. And it's rare still to get the association of sadhus. And every day, I'm thinking how good fortune I have, that I have the association of not only you, but amazing, like all these offerings, like, oh my gosh. And of course, Nirkula Prabhu. She's amazing, and Jagarini. But so many wonderful devotees, and I feel so blessed to be able to be here. And I just want to thank you so much for all your hard work and your dedication, and to take Prabhupada's movement all over the world, to just keep pushing. And I'm so grateful. Thank you so much. Happy birthday. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Kanka Mataji. Thank you. Coming up is Jagarini Mataji. And for those of you who don't know, this big temple that we are now residing in, Jagarini Mataji had a lot to do behind the scenes, from selecting the building all the way to selecting the equipment in the temple, in the kitchen room, and now she's looking for some more, actually. So give a round of applause to Jagarini Mataji.
Happy birthday, Vaisesika Prabhu. I wrote you a poem. I felt inspired to write a poem. I've never done it before, so. In 1956, a boy was born in Lafayette to serve his guru faithfully, not knowing of that yet. Raised with love and care and joy, he flourished as he grew. His parents' pride, his friends impressed, his character was true. His soul unsatisfied would seek and question in great need, till Richie Corsa gave him a BTG to read. That's it. It's clear. There was no doubt. His heart was beating faster, for he had found Srila Prabhupada, his eternal spiritual master. A full-time monk, he studied hard, his happiness abound. He had found life's meaning in transcendental sound. Knowledgeable, determined, and ever so sincere, "Come on, let's go distribute books," became his favorite cheer. His qualities in bhakti grew, anarthas he would trample. Many came from near and far to follow his example. Let's make smart boxes and smart tables, inspire Shastradhan. Let's chant a chapter every day, weekend warriors when you can. His efforts reached far and wide, causing a revival of Prabhupada's books distributed for humanity's survival. his saintly wife of many years, also a realized soul. Together they unselfishly guide others towards the goal. The ultimate of pleasing acts to guide another home. Back to Godhead, to the Lord, forever. Hari Om. Kurnath couldn't be here today. He's really, really sad because he's in trial preparation. He'll contact you later. But happy, happy birthday for all that you do. You inspire me every day. I'm just felling all the time. Thank you, Vaisesika Prabhu.
Thank you, Jagriti Mataji. Thank you so much. So now it is quiz time. So I'm going to ask you one question, and I'm looking for a short answer to that, maybe a word or two. So what do you call a person who is an ideal wife, an ideal mother, an ideal god sister, an ideal sister, an ideal friend, an ideal mentor, an ideal guide, and who is a smart businesswoman? Hari Bol. Okay, let's give a round of applause to Jagriti Mataji.
This chair is like that chair Satyadeva talked about in Japan. Thank you, Prabhu. Well, first, what's a Vyasa Puja without something from Divyanga, Prabhu? So, Prabhu's very, very dear friend sent me this offering to read. Hare Krishna Vaisesika Maharaj. Radhanath Maharaj mentioned in one of his classes that it is not the amount of money you donate or the number of kirtans or the number of books one distributes or ... that will bring you back to Krishna. Love that we develop for Krishna is what brings us to Krishna. That love starts with love for his devotees. Thinking of you, Maharaj, everyone sees you as an amazing source, as a source of amazing inspiration that is uplifting the whole world and fulfilling Srila Prabhupada's words of having books in every town and now every village. Reminds me of Matsya. When Silicon Valley becomes too small, book distribution expands all over the globe, and I wonder what's next. But in this short offering, I wanted to go back to that love for your devotees. Time and prayers you offer to Krishna for the benefit and health of the devotees, education and encouragement. You shower on young people to help them grow and walk in the right direction. Calling a sick kid on her birthday and giving her a reason to smile and leave is taking my hurt. May Krishna protect you, empower you always, and shower his love on you. One of the Makridis, Govinda Mohini. Sorry, that was from Divyanga's wife. I was reading it, I was thinking, that doesn't sound like Div. Sorry. Okay, here. This one's from Divyanga. Haribo Prabhu's happy birthday. Dearest Vaish, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Thank you so much for all you do. And then there's boxes and stacks of books. You know that this World Sankirtan team and these huge scores of thousands and thousands of sets being distributed is all because of your sincere bhajan and hard work. Ever since that fateful day in San Francisco when Prabhupada asked, "Do you read my books?" you doubled down on your own intense sadhana and meditation to profusely distribute Prabhupada's books for the rest of your life. I was fortunate enough to get your association and got caught up in your enthusiasm for distributing and reading them. Once in Chicago, the head pujari asked if we wanted to chant Brahma Samhita on the altar during the morning Seva Puja for Kishore Kishori. Only one thing, he said. Once you accept this service, you must do it every day. I immediately tried to get out of it, saying I was afraid of the commitment. And of course you said, come on, Div, we can do this. What a great opportunity for us. Oh, all right, I surrender. I can't thank you enough for that, Vaish. There have been countless times you've been tolerant and loving as you dragged me along with you to Prabhupada's lotus feet. I pray you stay healthy and live forever, Prabhu. I really don't know what I would do without your support in my life. Please forgive my offenses and keep dragging me towards Krishna. Your classes and regular calls are keeping me alive. Please don't give up on me. A million thanks. Dandavats, your servant and old pal, Div. Vanchakalpatrubhyasya kripasindhuvye vatapatitanam bhavanavyo vaishnavevyo namo namaha. Hare Krishna, dear devotees. My dear husband, please accept my heartfelt obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. A lifetime in preparation is what comes to mind when looking back on your life and our life together. When you were a youth, track and field, which is both an individual and team activity, was a sport that you participated in at school. Running to compete takes practice, discipline, and coaching. A knowledgeable coach, by observing the runner and giving instructions, makes all the difference. Even if not competing in a race, runners are often competing against their own best time as they run. You are always competing against and challenging yourself, striving to do better than you did the day before. In fact, often, one of the last things you say to me as you go down to your courtyard in the evening is that you'll endeavor to do better tomorrow. From your childhood, you developed the practice of searching out coaches, mentors, and teachers. So it was natural for you to seek out a guru as you pursued spiritual life. Because of your sincerity and by Krishna's mercy, you were led to Srila Prabhupada, first through a BTG and then through other of his books. Over the years, you've become more and more self-disciplined and determined. Rising for the Brahma Muhurta to start your day with sadhana is the bedrock of your life. Time for japa and reading Srila Prabhupada's books, for yoga and exercise, time for writing and contemplation, fortify you before you begin your day. By also taking time to care for your health and personal needs, you're doing your best to maintain what Krishna is giving you to use in his service. During this past year, you've continued to do a lot of team building. As director of the BBT Communication and Innovation Department, MCI, you worked with God siblings as well as temple presidents and Sankirtan leaders on 6 of the 7 continents to unite the world as one team to distribute more of Srila Prabhupada's books than in any time in the history of the BBT. While you were overseeing the different campaigns throughout the year, you were deepening old friendships and nurturing new ones. Online corporate programs as well as Bhakti Community Platform flourished this past year. Members of both communities are making advancement in their chanting and understanding of Bhakti Yoga, as well as developing friendships with their mentors and co-participants. This past year has also seen the development and growth of your editing team, as well as the VDA care team. You're inspired by and so appreciative of the efforts, skills, and talents that all the devotees who participate bring to the table. One of your qualities that I most admire is your ability to transform the hearts of those you meet, whether online, through your writings, or in person. And in the teachings of Lord Chaitanya, Srila Prabhupada writes, "The Supreme Lord is cognizant and all-powerful, and by his causeless mercy, he empowers a living entity to receive and distribute his mercy." And in the purport to Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya 19.14, Srila Prabhupada writes, "The Supreme Lord has multi-potencies, which the Lord bestows on his fortunate devotees. The Lord has a special potency by which he spreads the Krishna consciousness movement. One cannot spread the holy name of Krishna without being specifically empowered by Lord Krishna. A devotee who receives this power from the Lord must be considered very fortunate. The realizations that you share with me on our walks over prasadam or whenever we have some time to talk always inspire me in my seva and sadhana. One such especially powerful realization came to you through a dream several years ago. You wrote, "I had a dream in which we were having a home program and kirtan was going on. I was standing in our temple room with my left side to the altar when suddenly I, along with the devotees, sensed that I was leaving my body. As the chanting of Hare Krishna intensified, I started to fall backwards. And I thought, what should I do? Just then, I felt someone's embrace from behind break my fall. I didn't see anyone, but I felt an all-encompassing, visceral sense of safety and protection. My perception in the dream was that it was the holy name personified, and that Krishna was making me aware that he always is with me, even when I forget him, that I needn't worry about death because he's literally got my back and is always ready to catch me. When I woke from the dream, what remained was an uncanny sense of confidence in Krishna's protection, as well as a remembrance that he is always there to guide me if I'm willing to listen. Within you, I see and feel a spiritual confidence that has developed over the years as you have steadfastly taken Srila Prabhupada's instruction and example to heart. I see you becoming truly detached from this world, and it buoys my spirit. I'm humbled by my extreme good fortune, to have you as my husband, and I ask your forgiveness for my many deficiencies, and thank you for your tolerance. He's so tolerant. Sometimes it reminds me of the story of Brigu, when he went and visited the Lord Brahma and Lord Shiva, and nothing goes, there's not even a trace of it that goes by his eyes when I think, oh, I blew it there. My sincere desire is that I can assist you for many more years in your service to Srila Prabhupada and the Vaishnavas. I pray that you have a long and healthy life in service to Sri Sri Guru and Gauranga, your loving wife, Nirakula Dasi.
Hari Hari Bol! Hari Hari! So now we come to the part of our festivities for the kids, cake cutting, and also for the adults, garland exchanges that we wait for the whole year. There's one request from our photographer, Sukta Gauranga Prabhu, who's there hiding behind. He just says that to enable him to capture this momentous occasion, if he can remain seated and kids don't crowd around it, so that we can capture the pictures there. And Shamlangi, is the cake coming? All right, thank you.
We just celebrated our 35th wedding anniversary the other day. Wow. You outdid yourself, Ujjwala. It's beautiful.
Hare Krishna, dear Guru Maharaj. Now we'll request you to say something, some words for our congregation. Thank you.
Can I borrow your drum? You've got that?
Jaya Radha Madhava Jaya Kunja Bihari Radha Madhava Jaya Kunja Bihari Jaya Gopi Janavalabha Jaya Girivaradhari Jaya Gopi Janavalabha Jaya Girivaradhari Jaya Jashodanandana Jaya Vraja Janaranjana Jaya Yashodanandana Jaya Vraja Janaranjana Jaya Jamuna Tiravanachari Jaya Kunja Bihari Jaya Jamuna Tiravanachari Jaya Girivaradhari Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Nitai Gaura Premanande, Shri Harinam Sankirtan Ki, Shri Harinam Mahamantra Ki, Shri Harinam Prabhu Ki, Gaur Premanande, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaur Hari Bol. ज्ञानतिमिरन्दस्य ज्ञानञ्जनाशलाकाय चक्षुरुन्मिलितं येन तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः श्रीचैतन्यमनोभीष्टं स्थापितं येन भूतले स्वयं रूपा कदा मह्यं ददाति स्वपदान्तिकम् वन्देऽहं श्रीगुरो श्रीयुतापदकमलं श्रीगुरून् वैष्णवंश्च श्रीरूपं साग्रजातं सहगना रघुनाथं वितं तं सजीवं साद्वैतं सार्वभूतं परिजनसहितं कृष्णचैतन्यदेवं श्रीराधा कृष्णपदान् सहगना ललिता श्रीविशाखान्वितंश्च हे कृष्ण करुणा सिन्धो दीनबन्धो जगत्पते गोपेशा गोपिका कन्थ राधा कन्थ नमोऽस्तु ते तप्तकञ्चन गौराङ्गी राधे वृन्दावनेश्वरी वृषभानुसुते देवी प्रणमामि हरिप्रिये वाञ्छाकल्पतरुभ्यश्च कृपासिन्धुभ्य एव च पतितानां पावनेभ्यो वैष्णवेभ्यो नमो नमः निताय नामिने च नामिर्हते शतमूल्येनां तीते च निताय नामिने च नामिर्हते शतमूल्येनां निताय नामिने च नामिर्हते शतमूल्येनां तीते च निताय जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौर भक्त वृंद जय Shri Advaita Radha Shivasadi Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare I offer my millions of obeisances to the lotus feet of His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, and to my God brothers and God sisters who sustain me every day of my life, and to all of you, my deepest gratitude for your association, for your encouragements, for whether you know it or not, appearing in this world to spread the Krishna consciousness movement. You were sent. And I'm unlimitedly grateful to be swept along in your company through the various phases of life, executing Krishna consciousness movement, we hardly even notice the time is passing until we have the moment to look down once or twice. During the year, every decade, we look down and say, oh, look, time is passing. But other than that, we don't know, except we see our beloved children going off to college, and we notice suddenly that, well, I'm not young anymore, and so forth. But other than that, we're not affected by the time factor at all, because we have something else to do. We're too busy to notice the material world. It's just going on the way it's always gone on and always will go on. But we're so lucky because we've been given divine service. And it's because of that divine service that we feel happy. And it's only because of that that one can feel happy. The day today called Vyasa Puja is a worship of Srila Vyasadeva. Srila Krishna Dvaipana Vyasadeva, Dvaipayana Vyasadeva, who was born on an island in Vraj. That's hence the name Dvaipayana, from Parashara Muni and Satyavati. And he is known as Vyasa because Vyasa means circumference. You take a circle and you put a line from one side to the next and you have a circumference. And he's also, Vyasa means the divider. He's an incarnation of Krishna, therefore he's called Sri Krishna. Dvaipayana Vyasa. And he is an empowered incarnation of Krishna who comes to give help to all the conditioned souls after he realizes their condition in this material world by the grace of his spiritual master. We know the story that Srila Vyasadeva had divided the one Veda into four. And the reason was he wanted to make it available to the people of the world, so he gave it to various disciples to distribute. And he also made the Upanishads, Puranas, Itihasas available. But after doing so, he was still not feeling satisfied. So there's a lesson in this, that as we take our Krishna consciousness seriously, there may come a time when, or many times, when we don't feel completely whole. I'm doing what I was asked to do, but I'm not fully satisfied. If it can happen to Srila Vyasadeva, who's an incarnation of Krishna, why wouldn't it happen to us? Besides the fact that in the material world, there's such an onslaught at every minute. If we take our eyes off our devotional service for a second, we can not only miss out, but we can also then usher back in the feeling of dread that I'm being attacked by the material energy. Just about a half hour ago on the break, when I went to go in the back room, I had pushed the code in, 4 numbers, and then it turned green and you're supposed to open the door. And just then someone called my name, so I turned around for a second and then turned back just to open the door, and it had already gone red. Beep, beep. And I thought in that second, this could be my life. I could turn away. I had the key. The combination was complete. It was already open for me. I could just walk through. And then it was like, okay, something else. And then beep, closed. And I had this sense that it's so precious, so valuable, the time we have here. And it's only a moment, really only a moment. It's relative. Time is relative. And that instant in which I turned away is my material existence. So Srila Vyasadeva, knowing that he was feeling incomplete, began to pray, and his spiritual master appeared to consult him, to console him and to consult him. And he asked his guru, what's the deficiency in me? I've done everything I was asked. I'm chanting my rounds. I'm following everything. But I still don't feel whole. And Narada Muni told him that you haven't been complete in your explanation of the Supreme Absolute Truth. You've given a lot of information about self-realization. Naishkarmyam apyachuta bhava varjitam nashobhate jnanam alam niranjanam kutak punah shashvara bhadramishvare nacharpitam karma yadapyakaranam. He said there's a way in which what you've presented really is not that nice. Why? Because it's missing this achuta bhava, a feeling of pure devotional service to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. And he told Srila Vyasadeva, did Narada, that you have to see for yourself the pastimes of Krishna in the spiritual world. So Srila Vyasadeva, following the empowered order of his guru, went back to his ashram. It's a beautiful place. The modes of material nature are not present there. It's a little cottage surrounded by berry trees. People always looking for something like that in Lake Tahoe. They get a timeshare, I'll go up, no modes of nature, it'll be fine. And then you get there in forest fire. Samsara davanada liloka, and the lake is full of ashes. And not only that, I get a text, someone just broke into your car. It's very difficult to do what Srila Vyasadeva did. He went into complete samadhi in that place at Samyaprash. And just as if he was watching from in a room the pastimes of Krishna unfolded before his eyes by the mercy of his spiritual master Narada. And coming out of that trance, he wrote it down, called Samadhi Bhashya, what you say after you come out of complete samadhi. And that was the Srimad Bhagavatam. Previously, it was only a brief summary. But Narada said, no, you have to give the complete direct idea. And that contribution is what saved the world, the Srimad Bhagavatam. Because unless one has information about the Supreme Personality of Godhead and his loving relationships with the devotees in Vrindavan, and unless one's able to hear that on a regular basis, then one is must be relegated to the relationships of this world, because we have to have relationship. The soul needs love in relationship. So Srila Vyasadeva is celebrated on Sri Vyasa Puja. Vyasa Puja. We worship him because he has passed down that message perfectly. And any of us who realize the importance of that message, as all of you are, as you're giving your life to it, hearing it, distributing it to other people. And as Srila Prabhupada, who saved the world by bringing it on the Jaladuta, painstakingly translating so the people in the Western world could understand it. His Paschatya Deshatarane, Nirvishe Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarane. This is the rogue, the most dangerous disease that he came to cure, and that is impersonalism and voidism. And the idea that God comes from nothing or from a void, and once in a while there's a form for our enjoyment or our convenience so that we can understand the impersonal. This is all pervasive in this world, and not just in the West, but also in India as well. And so Srila Prabhupada came with the clear message of Srila Vyasadeva, and he saved the world by giving a clear understanding that the form of Krishna, playing the flute in Vrindavan with Srimati Radharani, is the supreme form, and that we can enter into his service And that's what comes down through Srila Vyasadeva. That's what Srila Prabhupada brought to the world. And so artfully presented in the Krishna book and the Srimad Bhagavatam and all his literatures. And then he gave us these various centers around the world so that we could hear those literatures and follow their tenets by being together and practicing devotional service. So on Sri Vyasa Puja, it's worshiping that channel, the personality of Vyasadeva and the entire parampara. The one who's teaching Krishna consciousness, or anyone who's teaching Krishna consciousness in this world, who's effective, realizes that I'm imperfect and that I'm only delivering something, and I'm not to tamper with it. It's meant to be delivered as it is to the world. And Prabhupada said again and again that this was the potency of his preaching campaign. I followed the order of my spiritual master and I presented Krishna consciousness as it is. Because there are 4 defects in the conditioned soul. One of them is cheating. There's also imperfect senses, a tendency to be distracted, and so on. And no one can present perfect knowledge except for Krishna. And that perfect knowledge comes down through a line of disciplic succession from Krishna to Brahma, to Narada, to Vyasa, as we just heard, to Madhva. Madhva has a whole disciplic line. Then we come down to Madhavendra Puri, Srila Ishvara Puri, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, the 6 Goswamis of Vrindavan. Then we have Jiva Goswami giving to Srinivas Acharya and his other disciples who pass it down, coming down through Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur, Baladev, Vidyabhusan, coming down through the modern, the acharyas we're familiar with that we have on our altar. We have Jagannath Das Babaji Maharaj, Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur, Srila Gorkitor, Kishore Das Babaji Maharaj, Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati, His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. And Srila Prabhupada left it for those that he personally collected up in this world to pass the same message of Srimad Bhagavatam onto the world. And that's what our connection is to this whole matter. As Prabhupada used to say, we're like a postal peon. You deliver $76 from one person to the next. You don't give them 75. You don't add anything. You don't take anything away. It's your job only to take the $76 and deliver it. Shri Shri Radha Madan Mohan Ji Ki Jai. So our great fortune lies in taking the message that we get from the parampara and carving out, finding some service connected to that order. There are many different services. Someone asked the other day, I think it was on Wisdom of the Sages or some other program. It's been a lot. They said, so where do you get this service from? As we were talking about how important service is, to have a service. Because a service like a rope. It's something we can actually tangibly hold on to in this world, as I mentioned in the beginning, and then we become oblivious to the material world. And meanwhile, we're being pulled back home, back to Godhead. And my answer, and if I may shamelessly quote my own answer, it's only because this is my realization, is you get service from a person. And you get a service from a person who's carrying the message, who's got it. That person's picked it up from a person. That's what the parampara is. It's a line of persons. Transcendental persons, to be sure. But they're transcendental because they have no other business except carrying the message. But that's their business. And so if you can find someone who is in that line who has some service. They were bequeathed service. Means it was given to them because somehow or other they approached at the right time, the right person, and they said, please, could I do something? Can I bring you a little tin cup full of water or something, anything, whatever I can do? This is the first step in going back home, back to Godhead. It's finding someone that has that divine service, even if it's a little bit, and saying, can I help you in some way? That's when our ascent to the spiritual world begins or becomes solidified. And when we have that as our occupation, it will grow, or I should say, as we start in a humble, small way, it will grow into our occupation. And it will become our saving grace and our great fortune in life. And that's what we have here in ISKCON. This is what we have here at ISV. ISKCON is an umbrella under which Srila Prabhupada has given service to all of us. He had service. He got it from his guru. He asked for it. And in Radhakund, his guru told him, here's what I would like you to do. Please concentrate on distributing books. Please just concentrate on saving people in the Western countries. And then he said, anyone else who wants some service, I'll give it to you. In fact, Srila Prabhupada got service from his guru before he was able to, when he offered obeisances to his guru the first time he met him, before he could lift his head off the ground from paying obeisances, his guru was already bestowing service upon him. Do you know that? There's the place you can go to at Ultadunga Junction Road, and you can see the very room, the seat that Srila Bhaktisiddhanta was sitting on, and where the steps Prabhupada walked up to come and see his guru that time when his friend said, no, come. And then he was bowing down, and before he got back up, his guru said, you are going to the West. This is what comes down through disciplic succession. This is why we have Vyasa Puja, because this is our saving grace. And even if the person is the most insignificant person, in fact, Prabhupada says this is the method through which one endears oneself to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. We can't go directly. It's impossible. Just try it yourself on the street. If you come to my home, it's not my hometown, but it's my assumed hometown of Burlingame, and you'll find that it's dog loca. Just go loca, and my town is dog loca. Everyone has a dog. Now, if you want to make friends in Burlingame, all you have to do is say 2 words. Would you like to learn them? Nice dog. And then, if he'll look at you like, I love you too. And would you like to come to my house and you can inherit my wealth? And so in a similar way, when we approach a person who may be Krishna's dog or the dog of Krishna's dog, and we find some way to get into the service circle, then we begin our divine life, an actual service. We become das or dasi, that I'm going to embrace this now and take it. And I can only think as today that I have been given some service. I don't know how it happened. I was minding my own business in Lafayette, California, destined for nothing really important. Just surrounded by speculation and complete distraction and no idea what the purpose of life is, to having service in the disciplic succession. So I marvel at the fact that Prabhupada may be pleased with his disciples who are the most insignificant and unqualified, who now have some service to do and even to offer to others. Because that was his mood, and not only his mood, but the mood of Shukadeva Goswami when he said, Kirata hunandra pulinda pulkasha, abhira shumba yavana kasadaya, yeneja papa yadapashraya shraya shudyanti tasmai pravishnave namaha. Let the most insignificant, wayward people who ever lived come to the highest position by the mercy of the Srimad Bhagavatam. And so this is what the great souls like Srila Prabhupada marvel at. To see the hippies dance in ecstasy, knowing that now their future is secure, that the holy name will take over their lives and they'll become purified. And we're all now engaged in this miracle that he started with the simplest of technologies, which is using the tongue and the ear to hear Srimad Bhagavatam and to pass it on to others, to hear the holy name and pass it on to others. And we all have service. And that's our great fortune, and that's one of the ways in which we worship Srila Vyasadeva in earnest, is we take that service, we embrace it, and we pass it on to as many people as possible and watch them become transformed. And the last thing I'll say is just a comment from observing those who are not acquainted fully with Krishna consciousness, but who are becoming more and more acquainted with it as we've been doing various programs. We get the opportunity to interact with people who are very sincere, spiritually eager to advance, but they don't know all the details of Krishna consciousness. And just recently we started talking in one program about the form of God and what it means. And during that time, I realized the import of Prabhupada's moniker, of his pranam mantra, Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarni. What a onerous task it is to bring people across this bridge from thinking God's impersonal, or I'm God, or whatever you want to think is fine. It doesn't. Nothing really matters as long as you're a good person, etc., ad nauseum. Across the bridge to the beauty of the spiritual world, where one can invest one's heart fully in loving devotional service to that person who's the origin of everything else and who's our loving friend eternally, and where the reality of the spiritual world unfolds through the loving hearts of the devotees who are there eternally enjoying in association with Krishna. So this is our legacy, and this is what we celebrate today on Sri Vyasa Puja, the good fortune that we've received from Srila Prabhupada, who changed the world and is continuing to change the world. And we are beggars, huddled under his lotus feet, asking for some service, whatever it may be, tin cup, broom, whatever you can get, grab it, please, as soon as possible. It will grow into something that will transport you in the middle of the night, back home, back to Godhead. You'll wake up and say, how did I get here? And we can say for sure it was the mercy of His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada and Srila Vyasadeva, who brought us this service from the spiritual world. Thank you very much, everybody, for giving your hearts and souls to the process of Krishna consciousness and to the loving exchanges between the devotees, which is very pleasing to Krishna. Dear Srila Prabhupada, dear Shri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Shri Shri Panchatattva, Shri Shri Radha Madan Mohan, Shri Shri Lakshmi Nrsingadev, if you so desire. Please empower the hearts of all the devotees who are present here today and everyone in our community and all the devotees around the world and everyone else who hasn't heard of Krishna consciousness yet to become inspired to take up service at your lotus feet and eventually to engage in the great service of spreading the holy name and the Srimad Bhagavatam all over the world. Thank you for considering our request. Om Tat Sat. Everyone who agrees with this prayer, in part or in whole, please say Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Haribo!
Thank you so much, Guru Maharaj, for an inspirational talk. Thank you so much. And now we are coming to the last stage of our ceremony today, and which there'll be two pieces to it. There'll be Guru Puja happening here on this side, and then also simultaneously we'll be having Pushpanjali. So we need to make some space available over here, right? And keep this area open because there's fire. There's going to be fire here, so it's a little bit dangerous, okay? And so what we request you to do is that when you come to offer your Pushpanjali to Guru Maharaj, then first please form a line. And we have our Radha Kripa Prabhu here. He loves doing it. He'll organize falling into lines here. There'll be a devotee standing over here with a basket of rose petals. Please take the petals from here. Walk over to this side, offer your petals, and don't, listen to this, don't offer your obeisances right here. Walk off on that side and offer your obeisances from there. That way others will also have a chance to offer the Pushpanjali there. Okay. Balimardhan Prabhu, you have to say something? Perfect. That's a good idea. Yes. So then we'll have Bhaktin Minna. Where is she? She's over there. Okay, perfect. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, the beautiful voice from today morning. So we'll just do that. If we can just keep this carpet area free. And again, let's keep that area free. You can start falling in your lines. And after that, there is line can start from there. Yeah, I think, yeah.
The kids giving the flowers?
Yes, yes.
Now, right?
Yeah. Okay, so we're going to have the kids, small kids line up first. Yeah. You can stand there. Okay.
From this side. Come from this side.
Line from this side. Hare Krishna. Let's keep the temple hall for Kirtan. Hari Bol. Yeah, let's keep this area for dancing and singing. Yeah. Yes. Thank you. Broadcast studio, I need microphone help over here. Somebody, Ramananda Sakaprabhu, I need help with the microphone.
Hare Krishna. I'm okay. Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasthaya Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Even though you know that you can see that, Jaya Guru Krishna. Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Follow. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
I'd like to sing our favorite song. Sharirat Vijaja Jotendri Taheka Jive Pele Vishaya Shakane Dharma Devi Bharati Bhava Sukhamati Take Jita Take Sansare Krishna Bharata Kori Bhai Vaja Shapashan Anadilo Paha Shayanamrita Pao Radha Krishna Gunagao Preme Dato Shri Chaitanya Lita Paire Kadina Shanti Pure Prabhu Ate Kiragare Tui Prabhu Bhojane Boshila Shakori Ashwatana Prabhu Bole Bhaktana Esha Krishna Ashwadila Heno Shakashwatane Krishna Prema Vishemane She Preme Toro Ashwadana Jadabudi Parihari Prasara Bhojana Kori Hari Hari Bolo Sarva Jahan Hari Hari Makshare Govinde Ram Prani Vaishnave Salpa Punyanga Katraja Krishna Sunanjai Prasare Sarvabhutani Anurashobhutani Krishna Chaita Saurashri Vipaya Tiskutu Tvaya Pavitra Sukanda Asavamkara Chachita Udisha Godina Dasa Bhavamayan Jayanahi Varhaviram Nakavara Tukandya Parikaram Vipradvasa Kanatatapisha Vaijayantim Shamanam Ram Ram Venu Agada Sudaya Gopa Vrindaya Vrindaranyam Swakata Ramanam Avishakita Kirti Tava Katamritam Tapta Jivanam Viritam Kalmashapaham Shravana Mangalam Srimanakatam Bhuvi Pranamtiye Bhuridajana Krishna Kirtana Gana Martana Kola Pakodani Vrajita Satvakta Valihamsa Chakra Madhupa Shreni Viharaspradam Karnanandika Radhani Vahatu Me Jiva Maru Pradane Shri Chaitanya Dvayani Vekamalasa Shri Vakuna Swagini Lila Dunika Hedayati Shadaya Bromila Damodaya Shamyachastra Ardaya Rasadaya Jaya Jaya Sri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda Jaya Puja Ramando Jaya Yato Maharaja Eva Hivaras Ta Eva Chaitra Shapas Teka Nilita Malati Surabaya Prodaka Dambanila Saitai Vasnita Tapikatra Surata Vyapara Vila Vida Revaro Rakidera Sita Vitale Shri Vishnu Shabane Parikshira Bhava Vaisesika Kirtane Kalada Smarane Taram Vibhajane Lakshmi Pritu Pujane Akurastvati Pandane Kapipakir Dasveta Sakya Juna Sarvaswabhani Dekani Baliradhu Krishna Pireshambhara Aradhyo Bhagavan Rajesha Tanaya Tadkama Vrindavanam Ramya Kakshidukasana Rajadidu Bhargenaya Odita Srimad Bhagavatam Pramana Amalam Prema Pumarto Mama Shri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu Natamikam Sadhagarana Bhara Shri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu Natamikam Sadhagarana So Premanande Nittai Gaura Hari Bo Hari Bo Hari Bo Sai Gaur Hari Bo Please come take prashada. Panchakalpadrivascha Kripasanabhevacha Patitanam Bhavanibhyo Vaishnavibhyo Namo Namaha